Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant.
Good morning, soul searchers. I'm going to make a few adjustments here. How's everybody doing in live stream land? Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone who is joining us here live at the SoulSearch Expo in Dublin. Welcome to you all. My name is Barbara. I am so honored to be a part of SoulSearch, helping our founder, Tangela, create these enlightenment expos for you all. We are so honored and blessed to have you all here joining us on our second day of SoulSearch Dublin. And I'm going to get right to our first speaker. We've had a few technical difficulties this morning, but we are good to go now. It's going to be ease and grace all day. So thank you all for joining us. This morning, I am so honored to introduce to you all Tomasa Makapinmak. She has long established herself as a healer. And in 1997, before she became Ancient Healer Hands Ltd. Incorporated in 2016. She offers a plethora of energy healing, but uses astrology and numerology to get to the heart of one's alignment with their soul, as it is to live here in this human body. Tomasa facilitates medicine wheel cohort groups in year-long programs so that one embodies their cosmic blueprint. And speaking of cosmic blueprint, today with Tomasa, we will align our bodies with our cosmic blueprint so that we can step into our lives with purpose and come into full body harmony while elevating our frequency, which is something we all need because it's something the world needs right now. So without further ado, let's all experience this wonderful gift of Tomasa.
You guys can clap. Did you want to come sit down? Okay. Good morning, you all. Thank you for coming here this morning. And I'm honored to actually speak with you all about aligning your body with your cosmic blueprint. But before we begin, I'd like to always check in and make sure you're in the right room. So I want you to raise your hand if you want to feel good in your body, pain-free, tension-free, dis-ease-free. Raise your hand if you like that in your life. You don't want to be tension-free, pain-free, Casimira?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Raise your hand if you'd like to be dialed in or tuned in into the Creator, to Spirit, so that you can intuit your next steps. Raise your hand. Yes. And raise your hand if you'd like to get big results with little effort. Because we all feel like we're on that hamster wheel, right? So beautiful. I usually make this presentation electronically, but we don't have a projector and all that. So what I like to do is check in with you all to see where you are from. How many of you are local here from Dublin-Pleasanton area? Raise your hand.
Livermore.
Livermore. Okay. I used to live in Fremont. So how many of you guys are from out of town? You're maybe not from the East Bay, but you're from some other parts of the Bay Area.
East Bay.
You're East Bay. What part of the East Bay?
Rio Vista.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure where Rio Vista is.
There's Antioch.
Okay.
And you go over a bridge.
Gotcha.
There's Rio Vista.
Gotcha.
Union City.
Oh, yes. Right next door to Fremont. Welcome. Where? Alameda. Okay, it's still part of the East Bay. So everybody here is from the East Bay. So great. So I'd like to check in to see how many of you are familiar with energy healing. How many of you have received some type of energy healing, whether that be Reiki, acupressure, acupuncture? How many of you taken a class in energy healing? Raise your hand. Okay. I'm going to be talking about energy healing today a little bit. And so it'll be your introduction. But the fun thing about it is that it has astrology and numerology embedded in it. How many of you are familiar with astrology and numerology? Raise your hand. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So it's only fair that I share a little bit of my background information with you, because you just share with me where you're from, if you have some background, energy healing, etc. So I am Tomasa Makapinlak, as she introduced me. What you may not know about me is that I have an electrical engineering degree from UC Berkeley. So the Bay Area is very near and dear to my heart. I no longer live here in the Bay Area. I want to say I travel nomadically all over the place. It seems like I'm somewhere all the time, speaking or teaching, etc. I don't even know why I even bother to have a place. But I currently reside in Arizona. But I haven't been in Arizona since the beginning of February because I've been traveling and speaking. So I used to work right here in Silicon Valley. And so the thing about it is that on my way to discovering who I am today, where I came from, I'm a shamanic healer, energy healer, but I didn't start with shamanic work. What happened for me is I was in Silicon Valley, in that rat race, trying to make everything work for myself, right? I was married and I had children at the time. Well, I still have children. And I was one of the big breadwinners for our household. And so what happened is one day I was at work and I just came down with a virus. It wasn't a flu, it was really a virus, but I couldn't kick it out. And so I went to the doctor finally after a few days, because you think that, hey, I'm going to get better. Well, I didn't get any better. She said, Tomasa, luckily back in those days, I was into holistic healing. I was like, please don't give me antibiotics. Please don't give me antibiotics. So she didn't give me antibiotics, but when she said, Tomasa, you need to go home and get bed rest for 3 days. At that time, my kids were toddling around, I should say. One was probably a preschooler. The other one was toddling around. And so I was like, okay. So I was like, yippee, I get a staycation, right? So I went home and I got bed rest for 3 days. Nothing changed. And so I went back to work because all the men in my life were taking care of me. My husband was taking care of the kids, dropping them off at daycare, picking them up. And then the bosses I had, because I had a sales territory, technical sales territory here in Silicon Valley. And I was like, I get back to work because they're not taking care of my customers the way I would, right? And so I went back to work, and by noon, I just wanted to go and crawl into the bed. And I had this coworker who saw me, and she said, Tomasa, I have the name and number of a woman who I think can help you. And I said, okay. She knew I was open to alternative things. So I carry that number around in my purse, just like anybody does when you get a referral, right? And you're like, yeah, I'm going to get better. Well, I didn't get any better. I was still the same. So after about a week, I called up the lady whose name was Sid. And by the way, I couldn't pronounce what she did. And so I called her, I got in to see her, and I know it took a while to get in to see her because she's booked. So I finally got in to see her. I got on the table. I didn't know what she did, but I trusted. And she put her hands on me, and I went into this deep conscious work. I mean, in an alpha state, I would say. And as I opened my eyes, I said to her, I don't know what you did, but I'm coming back. And so I want to tell you about my experience there. I felt like as she was working on me, that I was being plugged into source. And so I saw my whole life flash before me as I was on the table receiving. So it was like this voice said, Tomasa, you are on the path to find your life's purpose, but you got sidetracked. You got married, you had children, and you were just on this rat race here, trying to make your life work. Hey, we got to bring in the money, right? To pay the bills, to support the kids, to support the household, make sure we feed each other and all those kinds of things. I was so grounded in this way of, this 3D world, we call it, right? And so I was like, wow. So I loved what I saw. And forget the thing that I was getting better, because this was bigger. This was very spiritual for me, right? And so I started to see her every week, and I really tried to pull back because the stress in my life from being in Silicon Valley was a bit much, and I couldn't pull back. So I just saw her every week for as long as I could. And about the 6-month mark, because I was in May of 1996, in November of 1996, she taught a class, how to work on yourself. And so she said, Tomasa, would you like to take this class? And I said, sure. So I thought, oh, yippee, this will help me to not have to see her as much. I can work on myself, right? So I went to class. I didn't feel really anything. And then one evening, I'm waiting to take class because I lived in Fremont. My office was in Sunnyvale. I can say this to you guys because you have the frame of reference of, the distance of things and the commute time. I don't even need to tell you that, right? And so, and her office was in Los Altos. So Sunnyvale and Los Altos isn't that far apart. So one evening I'm waiting to take class with her, and a coworker shows up, and she has a stiff neck. She can't move it. She's been to the chiropractor. Chiropractor couldn't help her. So I looked at her, I said, you need to go see Sid. I bet you she can help you. So anyway, she said, the chiropractor wants me to do these exercises. So I said, I just know a little bit. So I did something called the main central on her. All of a sudden, she could feel something going on. My whole body got hot. So hot that I was like, what is going on? And she said, Tomasa, do you know you're a healer and you don't even know it? And my friend Dana, she was a coworker, and she was always like that. She's pretty intuitive. And I said, what? Really? So I went to class that evening. I told Sid what happened, and she smiled at me, and she named the modality that we were working on. And she said, sounds to me you're going to be a blank practitioner, right? And I said, oh, no. And so something must have hit me because, I had a lucrative career in Silicon Valley. But at the break, I looked at her and said, hey, what do you do to get certified to do this? It can't hurt for me to learn it, right? So she gave me the name and number of the office, which is no longer in existence because the pandemic kind of took away a lot of things. And so I said, okay. So I called that office. I got a schedule. This was November of 1996. And January of 1997, I took my first class in Santa Rosa. And I was just like glued to taking notes, finding out everything. And when I left that class, I started working on friends and family. And so what became for me, I had no idea that this was my life's path until I started learning more about it. I'm not saying that this is everybody's life's path, but I think what everyone needs to understand is that when you receive this work, it begins to make you come onto your life's path. And that's what happened for me. I began to get on my life's path. And the funny thing about it is that I became a healer that helped people with all kinds of things. So I straddled the corporate world and the holistic healing world for 4 years. I had a 5-year plan, and the 5-year plan was I was going to leave. Well, my soul couldn't take it any longer. My soul went, you know what? We got to go. And so after about that 4-year mark, I left Silicon Valley, and I never looked back. I thought I was going to have to go back and do things, but I never did it. And so my life just began to take off. And then I was fine. 6 months, I couldn't even do anything more. I didn't want to touch email and everything when I left. But what happened for me is I started to grow and evolve as the healer I am today. And the funny thing about it, I came across when I was taking classes, some other modalities, acupressure is very similar. There used to be the Acupressure Institute in Berkeley. That's no longer around. So I had taken classes there. And the funny thing about it is when I started taking classes there, I came in contact with a shaman. I didn't know she was a shaman, but she taught me to trust my intuition. My hands would want to go a certain way. And I was like, but that's not in the book. And so what ended up happening is I learned to trust my intuition totally with her. And I took classes with her, but that grew. And then I took the medicine one in 2010. But I think the biggest thing I want to share with you all is that in 2012, I went to Peru. And I had already gone through initiation as a shaman. And so of the Inca tradition, which is what Peruvian Inca shamanism brought to me. So I went to Peru and I went to this sacred site callallá Ollantaytambo. Ollantaytambo has this rock. Sometimes the rocks talk to me. Even the rocks in Shasta talk to me. Mount Shasta talked to me. This rock said, Tomasa, You know, I've been a healer for like 13 years already. And this rock said, Tomasa, you are here to help people step into their life's purpose. I'm like, what, huh? But I'm a healer, you know, like I help people with their health, you know, better their health. And so what happened for me was that I went, okay, when you hear a message, you have to comply is what I say. Some people say obey, but I like comply. So I began to comply. I came back, but I didn't have all the keys for myself here. And so here we are. It's 2024 that I debuted Align Your Body with Your Cosmic Blueprint, because what happens is my kid came to me with one of my conferences I was speaking, Mom, do you know you have all the keys to astrology and numerology with that modality that you practice? And I went, oh, yes. And so here I am. What I do is I help people, especially light workers. And I like to even say shadow workers, because we live with a lot of shadows, the darkness, the pieces of us. I help them step into who they're here to be, so they bring more light into this world. And so I can help you too, no matter what kind of shadow or light worker you might be, because you don't have to be a healer to be a shadow or light worker. You could just bring the light to people in different ways. And so I'm here to inspire you to do that in your life. So if I can do it, you can do it. So I want you to say, if Tomasa can do it, I can do it. 1, 2, 3. If Tomasa can do it, I can do it. You sure can. So my soul was screaming at me to do this. So what I want to inspire you to do, if you're not going to be the light worker, I want you to inspire you to be your own healer. Because I can tell you that I have healed myself of many things. And one of them was a breathing project. That's one I didn't tell you, that improved. And over time, I think 10 years ago, I stopped having what we call the big A word, asthma. You know, because that can be scary when you go to emergency room and you can't breathe, right? And what that has enabled me to do is to enjoy nature, because I couldn't go out in nature and hike for many, many years. How many of you find that you have something blocking you in the way of something you enjoy, but you would really like to do it? Like for me, that's hiking. So that was hiking for me, but I can go out and hike, no problem, 3 hours, no problem, not to think that, or is somebody going to find me dead on the trail or something because I can't breathe? So I want to talk to you about what we're going to be doing today. And we're going to talk about how we can go from surviving to thriving. And so there are going to be 3 keys to help you step into and prosper from your zone of genius. How many of you want to prosper from your zone of genius? Raise your hand. Yes, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then I'm going to give you a holistic approach of healing that connects the dots between the celestial influences, that's the planets, the stars, and your body's physiology flow system. How many of you would like to understand that for yourself? Yes, beautiful. And then how many of you would like to do work that you love and be highly valued at it? Yes. And then while making a significant impact on this planet Earth, how many of you would like to do that? And then how many of you would like to understand what your blueprint tells you about your life, period? Because it can actually help you with relationships. It can help you with work. It can help you with all kinds of things. So, and how many of you would like to be able to change your state of emotional, mental capacity in 30 seconds or less? Raise your hand. So we have a postcard that she's going to be handing out. You don't have to hand them out just yet. That's going to show you how to do that. And so I'm going to share with you how your cosmic blueprint can get to the root of most of dis-ease in your lives. Because for many years, I mean, just like an acupuncture, how many of you have had acupuncture or acupressure? So they listen to pulses. Okay, we listen to texture of pulses. And for many, many years, I would listen to my texture pulses. I didn't even use the astrology piece. I knew the astrology piece. And one day I looked at my chart, because I started reading charts later after I start practicing this modality. I'm going to share it with you in just a little bit here. And I went back to look at my chart and I'm like, whoa, it's all sitting here in my cosmic blueprint, in my natal chart. I didn't even know it. And so I'll share some of that with you all because, you know, at the last conference I did in San Jose, this SoulSearch, guy got on the table and he got a session and I'm talking with him and I was like, oh. So I said, he named a dis-ease he had. I say dis-ease because I don't want us to own our diseases, right? And it was gout. And there's a flow I can do that shows up in his natal chart. He was a Pisces and liver flow shows up in the chart for Pisces. And bam, I was like, oh, I was just about to give you a liver flow. Anyway, that helps with your gout. So you see how this all comes together? I could tell you about a Scorpio I worked on for many, many years in Silicon Valley here. And he was fear is associated with Scorpio energy because the kidney energy goes with the Scorpio energy. So that's a whole nother class. So I want you to know I'm going to give you as much as I got. And I promise you that I'm going to give you more, how you can get more, because I can only do so much in 50 minutes, right? So raise your hand if you're a perfectionist. So that was one of my things that showed in my chart, because a perfectionist gets overwhelmed, anxiety, because they're trying to people please, right? Want things to be perfect. And so instead of being a perfectionist, I had to overcome a lot of that. All that overwhelming anxiety. It's nice to not to have to deal with that all the time anymore. It does come up on occasion. And then I have my tools, and I'm going to share some tools with you all. But instead of beating myself up, I like to say, I am so sexy. So if you guys see me make a mistake, instead of beating me up, I want you to say, Tomasa, you are so sexy. Can you say that? 1, 2, 3. Tomasa, you are so sexy. Thank you. You guys are really great this morning for 10 a.m. in the morning. By the way, I want to take a step back, and I want you to acknowledge yourselves for being here at 10 a.m. in the morning. It's raining outside. And so you could be anywhere. You could have got, some of you might go to church. I don't know, but you chose to come here. This is my church, is what I call it. So just really, pat yourselves on the back for being here. Yeah. Give yourself a big hug. Yes. So you guys are a great audience. I want you to know that, just because you say all the words. It's like, I need that. So now we're going to get up and call yourself what you are, because you really are a 5-pointed star. Did you know that? All right, let's stand up, and we're going to put our feet apart, and we're going to spread our arms. And 1, 2, 3, we're going to say, I am a star. 1, 2, 3. I am a star. Yes, you are. You are. Man is the 5-pointed star. You can go ahead and sit down. You don't have to stay up. And I think what you have to understand is that the 5-pointed star is that pentagram we all are. And that's sacred geometry. We're going to be talking about that today. So today, I want you to find the shift for yourself. So like, as a ship is set out to maybe go to Europe, if it shifts 1 degree, it goes to a different continent. So just for you, you're going to find the 1 degree shift for yourself. And so on that note, what I'm going to do is have you check out where you are now and where do you want to be a year from now. So I'm going to give you like a few minutes to do that. Where are you now, and where would you like to be a year from now? And when you have it, raise your hand. You don't have to speak. Where are you now, and where would you like to be a year from now? And I challenge you to imagine and visualize yourself a year from now, where you like to be. Use all your senses. I'm a shaman, and I have these new moon ceremonies every month. And at those new moon ceremonies, we create what we want for the next 28 days of moon cycle. And I have everyone bring in all their senses. When you use all your senses, that makes it manifest much easier. So is everyone good with where they want it, where they are now, where they want to be? Just give me a nod if you're there. Okay, beautiful. So I want to go ahead and get started in helping you get there. You ready? Who's ready? Raise your hand if you're ready. Okay. So here's the first strategy. Unlock the secrets and let the numbers flow. And we know this to be numerology. Numerology is sacred geometry. How many of you are familiar with numerology? Raise your hand. So you know that numerology comes from Pythagoras. Pythagoras studied, he wasn't just a famous mathematician. He studied numbers in geometric forms. And he began to study them to understand that they represent the divine principles and the underlying order of the universe. So you are a divine principle. The man is the five-pointed star, right? So I want to talk about numerology because a lot of people get them mixed up. You know, it's really sacred geometry. It is not angel numbers. Angel numbers are a little different. And I'm not going to put the squash on angel numbers. Angel numbers are things that you see, like they're giving you messages, 1111, 444. They're just telling you things. But sacred geometry is very specific to you. It has a lot to do with the day you were born, the moment you were born, when you were birthed. So we look at our birthdays, even our birth name on our birth certificate is part of our sacred geometry. If you go and you convert all the letters to a number, because we have alphabets 1 through 26, right? Those are numbers. So I'm going to give you an example of sacred geometry here. So this is my life path number. That's okay. So my birthday is 6/6/1963. So if I add up 6 plus 6, because this is a 6. So what we're doing is we're adding up the digits, okay? And then if I add up 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 3. So 6 plus 6 is a 12, which is basically a 3. 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 3 is a 19, which is basically a, should be a 10. Oh, it's a 1. It's a 1. Okay. So I'm showing you different ways. If I just add these numbers across, it's a 31. Well, what's 3 plus 1? A 4. You reduce it down to one digit. How many of you know how to do that or have done it? So have you already checked out your own life path number? Beautiful. Beautiful. Great. Okay. So what are your life path numbers? Go ahead and popcorn them out. 4. Oh, great. And you are a 4. Ooh, I love y'all.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to give you guys a moment to calculate it, but you know how to calculate it now, right? So I'm going to show you the essence of the numbers. And this, you might see different charts that show different essence of the numbers. So this, I'm a visionary, 4. So those of you who have a 4 are visionaries. Now, I will include that some of us might have master numbers. So you can have a 22, which is a 4, or an 11, which is a 2. So understand that means master of wisdom if you have an 11. If you have a 22, is master visionary. And then 33 might be another master of balance. Okay. So visionary. So I am a maverick. I say that because how many of you all remember when self-care became a thing? Like really came out there? What year was that about?
Not very long ago.
No. So I want you to know in 2010, I branded myself as the self-care queen. When I went to go look at my life and what I did as a healer, I really promoted people to take care of themselves. And I went, that's what it's about. If you go to my website, selfcarequeendom.com, that was established in 2010. Self-care didn't really become a thing in 2014, 16, somewhere around there, right? So what I'm saying is that, you know, I see things before they happen. So just like this whole astrology, numerology thing, so everybody's starting to get into astrology and numerology and stuff, but I'm showing you guys some keys here, how you can activate it, okay? So the problem with numerology is that many don't do anything with it. People just like, oh yeah, that's me, whatever. And so the solution is to activate your highest potential, because your numbers tell you who you are. They begin to activate you. So that little thing that my practitioner, Sid, was doing on me, she was activating my numerology and astrology, to be honest. So I'm going to talk to you about what that modality is called. How many of you guys are familiar with Jin Shinjutsu? Okay. So the second key is the art of the creator through compassionate man, and that is called Jin Shinjutsu. So I just translated Jin Shinjutsu. It's a Japanese healing art that comes from Japan. I'm sure the next key will tell you that. Or actually, here, what I did was I actually added it all up for you. So I translated each letter into a number. So there's a whole thing, you know, A is 1, B is 2, etc. Okay, so that's what I did here. And so when I translate this, Jin is balance, Shin is man or manifestation, and Jitsu is peacefully, peace. So it's about man coming into balance peacefully. How many of you want peace in your life? How many of you want balance in your life? How many of you are man or woman, right? We are a person. Jin Shinjutsu, just so you know this, I didn't just pull this out of thin air. It is written in the Book of Kojiki Records. The Book of Kojiki Records is the book of ancient records, and it is recorded in Japan. It's a big book there that has all ancient things in there. So it is written in there. I'm sorry, I piecemealed all my stuff together. Make sure I have this, because I usually do this electronically. So, okay. What is Jin Shinjutsu? How many of you want to know what Jin Shinjutsu is and are curious about Jin Shinjutsu? Raise your hand. Okay. It is an ancient healing art that involves gentle touch and harmonizing the body's energy flows to promote balance and well-being. I'm going to be quite honest with you. You know, I have that engineering background. I'm still an engineer, because guess what I'm doing? I'm recharging people when I put my hands on them. So I'm like a battery recharging folks. And guess what? You can be that battery for yourself, by the way. It is not massage. It is not PT or physical therapy or any form of body manipulation. Person lies on the table and they get recharged. And it's like, you know, they end up, the last guy I worked on in San Jose, he was buzzing. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Utah. I speak a lot in Utah at the energy healing conferences. They're up and down Utah. So I started doing that a couple of years ago. And the people there, I was booked solid. They all were gone off that table and buzzing with energy. So, and they need help there. So it's not about muscle manipulation at all. That's not Jin Shinjutsu. Jin Shinjutsu has 26 safety energy locks, and I'll share that with you. So you guys can take a look. Okay. She's telling me I got my 30-minute mark. So you can come by my table. I don't remember what table I'm at, 26 or something like that. Come by my table and take a look at the chart. So 26 safety energy locks. How many alphabets do we have? 26. Yeah. 26. 2 plus 6 is what? 8. 8 is infinity, right? That's about peace. If I were to show you the essence of all the numbers and stuff back there, it's about peace, right? Isn't that what spirit is about? Infinity, about being in peace, right? I want to talk about some of the applications of Jin Shinjutsu. You might say, yeah, I need that. Stress management or reduction. Pain management and reduction. Somebody got on my table a couple weeks, or actually, in November. She's actually a healer herself. She said, Tomasa, I got this pain down my leg. It was like sciatica. I worked on her. 30 minutes later, she said, it's gone. I'm like, So it does help. It's pretty quick. Promotes healing, complementary healthcare. I have helped people with breast cancer. So, you know, actually, I can't remember the name of it. There was an organization around here, I think in San Ramon, Contra Costa County, that helps people get alternative treatments when they have to go through things like breast cancer or different things like that. But I remember she was a nurse. And so she came to see me in my Walnut Creek office. So I used to have an office in Los Altos and one in Walnut Creek. So I had, because I lived in the East Bay as well. So she's still living today. And that's well over 20 years ago, I would say, about 20 years ago. And I see her on Facebook. She was traveling around Europe with her husband. So very cool. It enhances vitality. If I told you I was 61 today, about to turn 62 in a couple months, you'd probably go, what, for real? So it does keep you young looking. And inside out. I'm not just going to say on the exterior, inside out. And the funny thing about it, I bring this up because I taught a class over a decade in my home in Fremont when I was living there. And I was teaching them, and I said, oh, you guys, this flow helps with anti-aging. And all the women in the room went, what? They were just like, and I was like, wow, are you guys really that serious about anti-aging? Okay, well, I'll give you more. So anyway, it does enhance your vitality and keeps you looking young, youthful looking. It helps with emotional, mental well-being and balance. How many of you guys want to, change your state fast when you get upset or something happens? We react to situations. And so you're going to learn real soon here. She's going to pass those cards out. Why don't you go ahead and pass them out? And then it helps with self-care. I told you that, I learned about self-care, or I taught self-care 10 years ago, became the self-care queen. And so you can do this daily on yourself, because if you do this daily on yourself, you have vitality, you have vibrancy. You will soon find that, hey, that happened to me, I can fix that, and what's the main thing that I talked about that was big for me? Spiritual connection. I felt like I was being plugged into source when I first received this. I'm going to get rid of this one. Okay, next. So there's an example of a case study I had. So I talked about the guy who got on my table in San Jose at the end of January. And, he got on the table. He just wanted to get a session. And like I said, I looked at his chart. And I went, okay, he was a Pisces sun. And not only was a Pisces sun, he had what we call a stellium in Pisces. If you come and you work with me, you'll understand what a stellium is. So when you have 3 or more planets, either in a house or in a sign. And so I was like, okay, well, you need this liver flow, because liver flow is associated with Pisces energy. Liver flow, if you know anything about Pisces, it does rule the feet. He said, Tomas, I have gout. And I said, oh, well, this liver flow is going to help you with your gout, so we worked on him. He got off that table. He said, I don't need to go anywhere. He says, this is it. I'm buzzing with energy. I feel really good. I talked to him later because I read his cosmic blueprint a few weeks later. He said he was doing really good. And, the thing is, I encourage people to continue to work on themselves, learn it for yourself, because if I work on you, I'm feeding you for a day. But if I teach you how to do it on yourself, you get to feed yourself for a lifetime. Okay. So she just passed out a hand chart for you. And it says on there, get rid of worry fast. So we're going to actually apply this to ourselves right now. So the thumb represents worry. Okay. The index finger represents fear. So this is part of the fast. Get rid of worry fast. Fear. And the middle finger represents anger. No wonder we want to flick people off when we're angry, right? And then the ring finger represents sadness. And I use that a lot, especially because sadness can be associated with asthma, with lung projects. And then the baby finger represents the tritus. You're like, what's that, Tomasa? Well, the English drink with their tea like this, right? And so I want you to think about pretentiousness. And that has a lot to do with anxiety and also with overwhelm and all that kind of stuff, because you're trying to be someone you're not. I talk to my dear Libra friends, hopefully having Libras in here, people pleasers. And it's not just Libra, because Virgo wants to be perfect and have everything all structured and, just so, right? I'm a Gemini sun, but I have a lot of Virgo in my chart. He's going, yeah. You must be a Gemini sun too. But just because I'm a Gemini sun doesn't mean I'm totally Gemini, because people will go, who are you? Right? So I have a lot of Virgo energy in my chart. I have a lot of earth energy in my chart, believe it or not. Somebody told me one day, oh, that's right, you're an earth shaman. I'm like, I never thought about that because I have a lot of earth in my chart. I have 3 planets in Virgo, and my sun is in the 6th house. And then I have 2 planets in Taurus. And actually, if I look at the energy on my chart, everything goes back to my Taurian energy in the 5th house. And so if you come and talk to me, I'll share that with you in your chart. So the thing about it is I kind of divert there. So I'm going to ask you to hold the finger that you feel drawn to. And then you probably ask me left or right, Tommaso, left or right. Left side represents the emotional side. It is the feminine side. Right side represents the masculine side. So this is our lifestyle. So you get to choose which one you want to hold, whichever one you're drawn to. So close your eyes and feel which finger you want to hold. And then I'm going to actually have you hold it. But while you're holding it, I want you to breathe. And the way we're going to breathe is we're going to exhale first. Let it all out. So hold it. So you're going to take, so I see somebody with their thumb up. So you're going to take your other finger and wrap it around the thumb, if that's what you have. Yes, there you go. So wrap your other fingers around whichever finger you want to hold. I always go to the left side because I'm an emotional person. I own it. I mean, I got all that earth in my chart. So breathe, exhale first, all the way down to your toes. Let go of dust, dirt, and greasy grime and contamination and stuff that does not belong there. And as you inhale, feel yourself filling up with life force energy. In shamanism, we say the breath is spirit. And feel that breath cleansing you as you begin to exhale, releasing all dust, dirt, and grime. Anything that doesn't belong, let it go. Breathe it out all the way down to your toes. And then when you're ready, inhale. Feel that life force energy filling you up with so much love, so much energy. And then as you begin to exhale, release all that dust, dirt, and grime. Release it through your mouth. Breathe out through your mouth, all the way down to your toes. So you have all that dead air out. Begin to inhale. Bring in that life force energy, cleansing you of all the stuff that doesn't belong, but filling you with joy and love and happiness and spirit. And begin to release. Exhale, release all the way down to your toes, all that dust, dirt, and grime. Relax your shoulders. Feel your shoulders maybe relaxing, wanting to relax more. Relax your elbows. And again, breathe in. And exhale all the way down to your toes. I want to have you continue breathing. Go ahead and continue breathing. Feel it for yourself. So I want to point out, just listen up. There are studies done on this work here. Andrew Well is one of them. And Andrew Well, how many of you guys are familiar with Andrew Well? He's an integrative doctor out of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. And he wrote a newsletter back in, I think it's October of 2000. I would show this to you, but we don't have electronics here. So October of 2000. And he wrote a whole article on energy medicine, the new frontier. And he mentions Jin Shin Jitsu as one of the modalities to practice. So there are studies done on it. It's just not as mainstream as other things, just so you know. How many of you feeling a little bit less tension in your body before you came in? Beautiful. How many of you feeling like maybe your mind is a little bit more relaxed now that you have held one of the fingers? Beautiful. How many of you want more? Yeah, okay. Well, okay. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit more about astrology and numerology is embedded in Jin Shinjutsu. So understand this. I want you to repeat with me. This is the third key. The physiology is in your astrology. Say it again. The physiology is in your astrology. Yes, it is. So as above, so below. Astrology is a system that perceives deeper meaning and movement of the celestial body. So we look at how the planets are lined up right now. We're just talking about why we might have had some technical difficulties because of transits. Things are going into retrograde. Venus is in retrograde. I think she just went into retrograde yesterday. Mercury is about to go in retrograde. And so it's stationing to go into retrograde. That might be one of the reasons why the technology is backed up here. It's interesting. So all kinds of things. Mars just came out of retrograde. That's so interesting because she was just speaking about how they all were at this Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles. I missed it this year, busy doing other things. But anyway, Conscious Life Expo, and she talked about how they all got sick afterwards. So it'd be very interesting to see what the transits were going on then. A lot of things are in Pisces right now. Pisces can be about viruses. If you guys saw when COVID broke out in 2020, I believe there was a bunch of things in Pisces at the time when it became, and so Pisces can be about viruses, especially with the collective. So all kinds of things happening. So let's talk about astrology. What is it really? It's a snapshot of where the planets were when you were born. How many of you guys know your sun, moon, and rising? At least most people know that. How many of you know your Venus and your Mars and your Mercury? Okay, good. So it's good to know more than just your sun, your rising, and your moon, because you're so much more. You are not, just like I said earlier, I am not just my sun sign. You know, I'm not just a Gemini sun. Yes, I can talk like a Gemini sun, but really all my talking comes because Jupiter, the planets of expansion and growth, is sitting in my house of communication in Aries. So if you notice, I'm a very confident speaker. It's a difference there. And so, you know, I can expand and hold the whole room. I mean, if the room was bigger, I could still, and I wouldn't need a microphone. And that's just about who I am. And that's how I came into this world. And so I began to understand as I started to do, you know, some people do marketing on the internet, they write ads. That's just not my thing. But guess what my thing is? To go and speak. Because when I speak, people hear me. It resonates with me. It resonates with them. And their souls are called to come to class. How many of you guys' souls were called to come to this class with me today? You don't just show up. It's like, oh, that seems like a good topic. I want that. I hear that a lot from people. I was called to come and see you. I spoke at something at Inn on Fire back in September. I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, I haven't gone to anybody else's class, but I was called to come to your class. I was like, oh, okay, thank you. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying it because it is the truth, what I hear from people all the time. So astrology is not astronomy. Let's be very clear about that. Astronomy is a scientific base study of where the planets and the stars. It's an observation. No one takes them and interprets them. Oh, Mars means, you know, hey, how you express your anger or how you activate things, or, you know, or your worry or energy, or maybe nobody does that in astronomy. They basically, you know, hey, this is where Mars is. This is what it's doing. You know, that's about it. Whereas in astrology, we look at the energy of the planets. You know, you heard me just talk about Mercury. So a lot of people know that when Mercury goes in retrograde, don't sign any contracts, right? Because Mercury is about communication. But I always caution people, look exactly where Mercury is. Mercury's in astrology. It's in Aries right now. And it's about to go retrograde in Aries, and it'll go back into, I believe it's going back into Pisces as well. So what exactly does that mean? It's like, oh, don't be so bold with things. That's why I was thinking, I booked the speaking gig. Maybe I shouldn't have because it's in my third house, my house of communication. And so you have to look at those things, you know, like, oh. And so But Mercury's going to go back into Pisces. What does it mean when Mercury's in Pisces? Pisces, a lot of people think that Pisces is one of the most psychic signs. It is, but I think Scorpio is even more psychic. The difference between Pisces and Scorpio is Pisces sees the vision. It doesn't necessarily see all the dark stuff. It doesn't want to see the dark stuff. Whereas Scorpio is not afraid of the dark. It's going to show you that, but it's also going to show you how to transform that darkness. So you see the difference between, they're both water signs, but they're different. And Cancer is just so sweet because they're very nurturing, but they're very protective as well. But they feel things. That's their motto. I feel. Right. So, astrology is the map of the cosmos to help you have a harmonious life. Now, the thing about it, I want to point out that, everything has a shadow and a bright side, light side to it. And so you have to be able to understand what you're choosing. I want you to know this is not anything new. I mean, the Babylonians, they charted the stars, whereas the Greeks connected them to mythology. And that's how astrology came about, the interpretation of them. The Jupiter's expanding and growing, that, Venus is about what you value and how you are in relationships. So astrology brings self-reflection and insight. It also offers you personal guidance, okay, and relationship compatibility, clarify your life purpose, and tells you what you're here to learn. How many of you guys would like to learn more about yourself? I'm going to share a quote with you. Millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do. And that came from J.P. Morgan. So, J.P. Morgan is a billionaire. Probably did well in the stock market, right? So I want to share with you, how many of you would like to learn more about how it can help you learn more? Okay. So I have a couple of offers here, but I'm going to share with you the highest offer because it is the best value. So it's called Unlock Your Cosmic Blueprint Conference Bundle Special. And what it entails is, let's see, there's an invitation for you to come in and come see me because you can get work done today. This is the best value. There's a 30-minute cosmic clarity session that will be done outside of here, so you can get it recorded and you can look at it over and over again, review it. And then the 30-minute cosmic activation session you get here today when you sign up. And then there's a course, Unlock Your Cosmic Blueprint 9-hour course. It's recorded. I do teach them from time to time live in different places, or sometimes I'll come back online and teach it because people like to ask questions and interact. And so this is what I'm offering here today is Unlock Your Cosmic Blueprint course, because it's a bundle package. You not only get the course, but you get the 30-minute cosmic blueprint activation. And then you also get the 30-minute cosmic clarity session. So you get all of that. This course is worth $497 alone. But what I'm giving you is the value of $833.50 because I'm offering all those other things as well. Because you also get my my course called 30 Days to a Vibrant, Healthy, Younger You. And so what am I offering out today? You ready? You ready?
Yes.
Okay. $147. That's an amazing value. It's almost $700 off. And you get so much. I can't even begin to explain to you. Why do I offer so low here? Why do I give you that? Because I want you guys to take advantage of it. I want you to learn for yourselves. I want everybody to get aligned with their cosmic blueprint. I'm going to read a couple of testimonials for you. Tomasa's cosmic clarity session was spot on and gave me a lot of clarity about myself. And then someone's talked about Unlock Your Cosmic Blueprint is like having an entire pharmacy at your fingertips or in the palm of your hand. How many of y'all already felt that? Just working with that. Thank you, Tomasa. I love how you make this ancient healing methodology so accessible, and you bring depth and heart and passion with all that you share. So I thank you all for allowing me.
You're welcome.
Sure.
If you want to keep talking with Tomasa, you're welcome to go out in the foyer and continue that. And she has her beautiful booth out
Yes.
in the vendor area.
I do. And so I just want to thank you for the honor, and let's all stand up and who are you? Who are you?
Star.
1, 2, 3. I am a star. Yes, you are. Come on by. And if you want to sign up, Kazmira has a sign-up sheet.
Yes,
All right,
please, Kazmira, you feel free. Take all the time you need out in the foyer.
Okay.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our next speaker of the day. For those of you just joining in, I am Barbara. Welcome to day 2 of our SoulSearch Dublin Expo. Welcome to everybody joining us live, everybody joining us via live stream. We know there's no such thing as time or space, so we're all connected in this room together, and we're really, really happy and grateful that you are all here. And it is my honor, always my honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Leah Isla is a San Francisco-based, Bay Area native based in Silicon Valley. She is a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School. Leah helps professionals maximize their performance and purpose by connecting with their spiritual power. By utilizing ancient mystery school teachings and techniques, Leah was able to improve her own mental and physical health and increase her performance. Leah's passion is to share ancient wisdom to help others build a strong foundation and optimize their greatest potential. Today, Leah is going to introduce us to an ancient mystery school. We're going to learn who they are and how it can benefit us. Her mission today is to help us all to maximize our performance, come on in, and purpose by connecting with our spiritual power. Without further ado, let's welcome Leah.
Thank you, Barbara.
Sure.
It's lovely to see you all. As Barbara said, I'm a healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School, and I have my colleague here today, Lucy MacArthur, and so we're both going to be in this presentation with you. We are an ancient mystery school in the lineage of King Solomon, and King Solomon wanted to remind us of our divine being, that we are God. And so over 3,000 years ago, he called in all the healers, magi's, oracles, shamans, spiritual leaders from that time to create a universal practice that would work for anyone so they can connect to their Godhead. So regardless of their ethnicity, their nationality, their religion, their beliefs, their wealth status, their sexual preference, it had to work for everyone. And so for 30 to 40 years, they collaborated on creating this universal system of healings and teachings. So if it only worked for one person or one tribe, they threw it out. And so coming out of that, we got the life activation. And the life activation connects you to your divine blueprint to remind you of who you are and what your purpose is. It brings light down from source into your spiritual DNA, into your body, and then into your world. And from that, energies start to open within you. You bring in healing, you bring in healing genetic karma, you're strengthening your spiritual gifts because now you're reconnected, remembering who you are as a divine being, and you're raising your frequency and vibration because now you've filled your vessel with more light. And also coming out of that is Empower Thyself, which is a class that teaches you tools of empowerment to step into your Godhead. Because now you are connected, your lights are on, right? Like everything is like shining. You have more light. Your spiritual gifts are growing. What are you going to do with them, right? And so this class teaches you how to connect to your Godhead, remind you of who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? And what is my purpose? And we teach you tools of empowerment through learning the knowledge, also learning rituals to bring in divine protection, to bring in healing, and to bring in more clarity so that you can be balanced throughout your day. So these roller coaster days will now diminish and your days will go smooth. We also work on your spiritual strengths. And that is what we're going to talk about today, is working on your spiritual intuition. Because we all have the ability to have these spiritual gifts, these intuitions. And so Lucy is going to explain more about it, which is really exciting. And then we're going to do an exercise. But in this class, you start to build them up because even though you might think, oh, I'm not connected to my spiritual gifts, or maybe I have one, it's possible for you to access all of them. And so you also learn how to call down the light. You're now going to be able to direct the light where you want that into your life, be able to bring that light down for you and for everybody here on earth to create Shambhala. And that's our mission here, is to create Shambhala, create peace on earth. By doing so, you're stepping into your higher self, being fully empowered, embodying your gifts, knowing who you are. And at the end of that 2-day class, there is a sacred ceremony where there is a beautiful initiation. And through that initiation, you receive 10 times more light. And that 10 times more light is, I kind of compare it to when you now say a prayer. It is as if 10 people are praying. And so that's how powerful you are. And so, if you have a family member or even for yourself, when you pray for them, it's going to be 10 times more powerful. But also, whatever you put your effort into, now you have 10 times more power to create it, manifest it. It's going to accelerate faster for you. And you also receive an aura realignment. And that is going to align you with the will of God and the will of the universe So things are now going to flow to you more easily for your highest good. So you're expanding your container of light. You are raising your frequency and vibration. And now you're going to be able to bring that light down and conduct it to wherever you want in your life. And so we're just going to touch on a little bit of it today, but how I experienced this in my life was that I was a VP of design at an iconic fashion company in San Francisco who created jeans. And I am an empath and intuitive, and I have been my entire life. And, you know, when I hit around 40, my energy started to expand so much, I didn't know how to manage it anymore. And unfortunately, the way I used to manage it before was very unhealthy because I was very uncomfortable with it. You know, I didn't want to see, I didn't want to feel. I could feel everybody's energies, and it was very draining to me. I didn't know how to turn it off. And, you know, I used to use, you know, alcohol, drugs to numb it because it made me feel that uncomfortable. I had to turn it off because it was really hard to function. You know, I just wanted to feel normal. And but after 40, that started to grow even more, and it was so overwhelming. I knew I needed to get help because, you know, here I am, I'm leading a brand, I'm training, you know, designers, I'm having to travel the world, whether I'm in factories or I'm shopping, and I no longer could do that because I was so drained energetically and physically. And so a good girlfriend of mine who is an attorney, and I went to high school with her, so I trusted her. I was vulnerable enough to share with her my experience, and that was something that I had really kept to myself most of my life. I didn't like to share with anybody about my gifts or what I was experiencing because it felt weird. And she's like, you got to get a life activation. And then 2 weeks later, the class, Empower Thyself, is happening, and you got to take that class. And I was like, okay, well, these are things I've never heard about in my entire life. I, come from corporate, I have a very practical mind. And even though I've been in spirituality, this is all new to me. And so I did take the class. The next day I had to go to Asia. I had to go to Seoul and Tokyo for work. And this is during the cherry blossom season festival. And so, and this is pre-COVID. So like tons of tourists, and it's beautiful. But I actually had to bring my husband with me because I needed help, like physical help, because I was so drained. Mm-hmm. And so, but I did the rituals, and I did them in the hotel room. That night, we had the best sleep I've ever had in my life. We woke up and we were like, what was that? It was just so peaceful. It was so harmonious. We felt like we were in this warm cocoon. No outside energies came in, so I didn't feel anybody's energies from other rooms or whatever. And we were like, what was that? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, that was a little strange. And then I did the rituals before I went out shopping, and I couldn't feel anybody's energies. I was like, what? I could, I would try to engage, and I was like, oh, I don't feel anything, and I can't hear anything. Like no thoughts were coming through. I only felt myself. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's so quiet. And I felt like I was so safe. And I felt I had more energy back because now I wasn't getting drained by other people's energies. Like if somebody was angry, I would feel their anger, and I would think that I was angry. If somebody was sad, I would feel that sadness, and I would start to cry. If somebody was ecstatic or vibrant, and I would match that energy, and I'd be like, yeah, party, But it's not always, your free will. At least I didn't think it was my free will. It is your free will, but I didn't feel like it was my free will. And so that proved to me that these tools worked. And so, I wanted to share that story because that is something that I think most of us may have experienced in this room. And these rituals and these initiations, they really do help. But it also helps you in other ways of your life. Everything becomes more alive. You become more joyful. Relationships heal. Everything that you desire, you're able to work towards in a more centered and balanced way, and you can achieve them a lot faster. So I'm going to have Lucy introduce herself. And then she is going to walk you through meditation. And at the end of that meditation, because we want you to get into a relaxed state, I'm going to come around with a stone, with a crystal, and we're going to do an exercise with that. So just know that towards the end of it, I'll let you know. Just you're going to hold out your hand, and you're going to receive that stone. Okay? Oh, yes, your left hand. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy MacArthur, and I am a guide in the Modern Mystery School, just like Leah. And I'm going to share a little bit of my backstory on how I got there, and then I'm going to lead you all through a meditation. So, similar to Leah, I felt a lot of energy all the time, and I felt really drained in social situations to the point where sometimes I didn't want to be around people because I was like, it's just easier. It's just easier to not engage. But after I did the life activation, and the reason why I did it is, again, I also had a friend who I was going to school with. I was becoming a teacher, and she was in the school already, and I kept on being like, oh, like I kept on I kept on retreating and doing all of these things to like more self-isolate. And she was like, you know what, I think you could really use a life activation. And I was like, no. And she told me again, and I was like, no. So I always say, like, if you ever feel called to have a shift, it's when you're ready to do it. And someone might just say something and it's just planting a seed, but it doesn't mean it has to be today. It's whenever you're ready to have a shift happen. Because before the shift happens, you know what your life is. You know, it's like the life you know. And taking a shift sometimes means that you know it's going to change. And that sometimes is the hardest aspect of it. And I knew, I kind of, even though I hadn't dabbled in spirituality at all, I was like, I know if I do this, it's going to be different. And so I was really hesitant. But when I did it, I went home to my family and I spent time with my family, and I felt amazing. And they were saying all the things, like doing all their little jabs that they would normally do. And I was like, I feel great. Like, I can connect with you and I can be there with you. And I'm not getting affected the way that I used to, but I can still love you and have it. But it's a different relationship. It's not. And I also realized I wasn't doing things in order to get a certain response anymore because I didn't need to. And then I actually felt like people were able to be more themselves, and I could connect with them in a different way. So it in my own relationships, it felt like it was more authentic. And then I ended up taking Empower Thyself similarly a week or two later. And the reason why I took that class is because I was training to be a teacher, and I had read a book by Rudolf Steiner, and who was in a Waldorf school. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but in that book, he just talked about the importance of being your higher self when you're standing in front of children, that you want to be the most light-filled, embodied, the truest version of who you are, because everyone around you is like a little sponge. And so that's what drove me forward to take that class, because in that class, you learn how to connect with your higher self. And your higher self is basically your most trusted advisor. And it completely changed how I related to the entire world, because if I had a deep question, or I needed to make a big shift in my life, or if I just needed to know what I should be prepared for that day, I would go into my sanctuary meditation, I would talk to my higher self, and I would have this like calm and understanding of what I needed to do. And if I made a decision, I actually made it with a lot of confidence because I knew it was going to be okay. And that feeling of knowing it was going to be okay really shifted everything. And I'm excited to lead you through a little bit more of a meditation. But the other thing that we learned in that class is not just stilling your mind and like having that peace or knowing, it's also increasing your awareness of what's going on. So for some of us, we might be really sensitive to energy or sight or sound or smell. And in that class, you actually strengthen all of your physical senses because they're all tied to your spiritual senses. And some people might walk in thinking, again, like, oh, I might not have a spiritual gift. Well, I would say it's the same thing with sports. Like, I was the sports background. So some people are really gifted athletes, but actually most Olympians were always the ones that were not the best and they trained the most. So it doesn't mean that if you have a natural gift, that's wonderful and you should strengthen that, but you can learn from having two left feet. That's how you learn any new skill, any new thing. You're training to make something unnatural natural to you. Mm-hmm. And in that class, beforehand, I never had a sense of smell. And after you're in that class, you actually learn how to develop your sense of smell and train it. Mm-hmm. So I trained it every day for 3 months in the way that it was handed down to me. And now I am so good at smelling things to the point where I'm like, wow, this is actually like a lot. But what is interesting is you learn so much. Like when your senses are open, you're actually more perceptive of what's actually happening. So for smell beforehand, I never realized all of the information that was coming through that sense. But if you walk into a room, how does it smell? Does something smell funny? Does something smell great? Does it, like, there's so much that comes through, and it's not something that you see, but then it also trains your spiritual sense as well. So there's always a sense that it's related to. So for seeing, you might have clairaudience or clairvoyance. Thank you. Or hearing, it might be clairaudience. Thank you. I love you. So it's one of those things that you want to be able to have that stillness and be able to go in and know exactly who you are and what you're doing and why you're doing it. But the more aware you are of the world, the more you can take care of it and be present in every single moment and like live it to the fullest. Like we're not here to have like a boring life. We're here to really enjoy it. So on that note, I'm going to have you guys relax. We're going to go through the meditation. So I'm just going to have you put your feet on the floor. You can have your hands resting, just palms facing up, and closing your eyes and just taking 3 deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Relaxing each time that you breathe. Breathing in good energy and light. Breathing out any stress, worry, or negativity from the body. Relaxing deeper each time that you breathe. Continuing to breathe until you come to the most relaxed state you have ever experienced. I'm going to have you focus on your feet and quietly to yourself say, feet, relax.
Feet, relax.
Feet, relax.
Feet, relax.
Feet, relax.
Feet, relax.
And you can say this to yourself out loud. It might sound weird, but it's good. Legs, relax.
Legs, relax.
Legs, relax.
Legs, relax.
Legs, relax.
Legs, relax. And it's good to follow the prompts and follow along and say the relaxing words to yourself out loud, because all magic is spoken.
Hips, relax.
Hips, relax.
Hips, relax.
Hips, relax.
Hips, relax.
Hips, relax.
Lower back, 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 relax.
Belly, relax.
Belly, relax.
Belly, relax.
Belly, relax.
Belly, relax.
Belly, relax.
Upper back, 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 relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Shoulders, relax.
Arms and hands, 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 relax.
Face, 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 relax.
Entire body, 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 relax.
Entire being, relax. Entire being, relax.
Entire being, relax.
Entire being, relax.
Entire being, relax.
Continuing to breathe, check in with yourself, and continue to relax. You can hold out your left hand as we're going around. We'll be giving you some. Yeah, that's not it. Do you want to know if your eyes are closed? No. Leave it closed. Your eyes closed.
Okay. That's okay. So go ahead and select a stone with your left hand, keeping your eyes closed. And we'll let you know when we're in front of you. For those of you who have a stone, go ahead and start connecting with it, holding it in your left hand. Keeping your eyes closed. Do you feel a sensation in your hand? Maybe a warmth, or maybe a vibration, a change in temperature. How about in your body? Does it feel differently in your body anywhere? Feeling a sensation? Taking a deep breath. Do you feel anything in the root chakra? That would be at your feet. Checking in, do you feel anything in your hara? That would be what some people call the sacral chakra around your abdomen. Do you feel any sensations around your solar plexus, around your belly? Or maybe in your heart, in your heart chakra? Moving up, do you feel anything in your throat chakra? Taking a deep breath, do you feel a sensation in your third eye chakra? Or perhaps the top of your head in your crown chakra? Does it happen to remind you of a memory? Or perhaps a story that's been going on in your mind? Really connecting to that stone, breathing into it. Does it remind you of anything? Perhaps a place? Maybe a person? Or a situation? Breathing in and relaxing. Letting the energy flow through you. Feeling the stone. Can you sense what texture it is? Can you sense maybe a color? Maybe two colors? Not overthinking it, just the first color that comes to your mind, what you're sensing. Now gently coming back to the room. You're going to open your eyes and look at the stone in your hand. How was that experience? Okay. Does anybody want to share? Do you want to share?
Yeah, I just had there's a lot of stillness and peace. I felt it first in my root and my sacral, and then once you started guiding us, it just came going up and up all the way up. And when you told me, when you say what color was that, I guessed
And that happens often. So sometimes your chakras get too open, and so you just want to kind of bring them back in a little bit closer. Checking in with your neighbor. Get out of my
That's powerful.
Who else wants to share? Yes.
So the first time when I was imagining it, I just saw purple. And then I saw an amethyst. It's hers. And then I just saw a lot of purple. And I'm like, is that my aura? What am I seeing? And then I saw a heart-shaped rock. It was pink, and then on it was with gold lettering. It says I, heart, I. I'm like, oh, and then me.
Oh, yeah.
So that was interesting.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Do you want to share a little bit more about
Sure.
like how you would interpret that, maybe?
Oh, well, it's interesting in general, like what comes up through these exercises. I would actually just share that you can train yourself to sense the frequency or the energy of each thing that you're interacting with. And I mean, women, we have a proclivity to like be able to feel things around in our bag and like know what they are. We have an advantage in that way, but there's also something, it's something that you can actually train to be able to see color, to feel the frequency of color, to be able to know what something is without your visual sight. So it's like a sense of touch, but also attuning to that frequency. But for each one, like with love, what I heart I feel like that's very like, especially with the pink, it's more related to love, and love always starts at the center. So that's what's probably going to be radiating out.
And then we study Kabbalah, and that's something that we teach. We do a 10-month ascension program, and in it, it relates to crystals and colors. It's everything of the universe that God created. And so purple and also the heart relates back to the Sephiroth of Tiferet, which is related to Archangel Raphael, which is healing and the heart. So, yeah. Who else wants to share? Was that experience positive?
Feel more relaxed.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions for us? As we've shared a lot with you today, but is there anything that piqued your interest or that you wanted to learn more of? Or yes.
You keep talking about we were late. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
There's traffic. You were talking about the classes you went to. Is this something you're going to share with us, or you shared at the beginning of the class? So I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. Leah did share a little bit at the beginning, but yes, we both teach a class called Empower Thyself. And in that class, as Leah shared, you learn a lot of different tools and rituals, but one of them that we kind of touched on a little bit today was growing your spiritual intuition. So you can kind of be more connected to everything. Yeah.
Where is it?
So Leah is doing one
in Mountain View on March 29th and 30th.
Okay.
and I'm doing one in April in Sacramento. So if you're interested in connecting with us, we're going to be here like all day. If you ever just want to have a talk with us one-on-one, we're going to be at our booth, and we'd love to have you come by and just connect a little bit more.
And we do have more time. So does anybody want to share if they got the color right on their stone? You back there? A couple people back over here.
All right, who got their color wrong? Okay. Okay. I just say that because I got my color wrong when I did this exercise the first time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, the seventh time. I got it. So it's one of those things that like you're not wrong for like any aspect of it. It's just training yourself to be able to use that sense, which is not something like you're learning typically in your primary school. Maybe you do, but it's something that we can learn whenever we start to learn it. But is there anything that you guys are interested like in learning more that we could answer? Yes.
So what do you do with this learning that you do?
Okay. Do you want to answer or do you want me to start?
Yeah, so for me, when you can tap into your intuition, it does give you a sense of knowing. For instance, I've gotten several warnings in my life, which have been very beneficial. So one of them was a little bit unsettling. For instance, as a young child, I was qualified to take a gifted class, right? And but in elementary school, so it wasn't like spiritual gift. It was, you know,
the gifted and
the gifted
talented.
program, right? And you know, most parents and most kids will be like, yeah, I'm going to take that program. But I met the teacher, and he did not feel good. He didn't give me good vibes. You know, I told my mom, I don't. It feels yucky.
Yeah.
I don't want to take that class. And you know, she's like, are you sure? Like, this is a big program. Like, it's going to help you. And I was like, no. And luckily, you know, she was very compassionate, and she was like, okay, well, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Now, several years later, once we finished high school, unfortunately, we found out that several of my classmates who I was friends with, they were assaulted by the teacher. And he had been doing it for several years, and there was a big lawsuit against him. And so, you know, when you can tap into, sometimes it's a feeling, sometimes it's a knowing, sometimes you can see something, it can give you those senses. Now, another time it happened to me where I had, you know, my mortgage, my house mortgage. I didn't realize that the bank had sold my mortgage to another lender. And I thought it was, you know, just like junk mail.
Yeah.
And so I kept on paying. Finally, I get a call from the creditor, and they're like, well, actually, sorry, before I got the call, I had 3 visions, and each of them had to do with like an earthquake or something I wasn't prepared for. So one of them was like, I was in the bathroom and then an earthquake happened. And it's like the worst possible time. You're like, oh my God, there's nothing I can do. Like, you know, so like the ground underneath me kept on shaking. And then I had another one where it was like something in the house was wrong. The house was shaking. And so my spirit guides were like telling me like, you know, there's something wrong with your foundation, something wrong with the house. And then I get a call from the creditor, and they're like, you are late on your mortgage payments for 3 months. You haven't paid, and your house is about to be possessed and go into foreclosure. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, I wasn't aware that my mortgage got sold, but I remembered those visions. And I had that heads up, like, hey, there's something wrong with the house, something wrong with the foundation, be aware. And so when that call actually came in, I actually like connected with those, like, oh, okay, well, this now makes sense. Now I know I need to start paying attention to my intuition. And luckily I was able to pay my mortgage and get it all settled that day. But yeah, I mean, these can be things like that where it's like, oh, you know, it's a warning. Or it could be like, you know, for instance, I had a vision of the house I was going to buy. Like, I saw the house in my vision. And so when my husband went to go shopping for a house, I was in Tokyo at the time, and he showed me some photos of the houses he reviewed. And I was like, that's the house. And he was like, how do you know? And I was like, because I saw it in a vision. And then this is like, you know, during the high, when the mortgages were, you know, everyone's selling for really high. I was like, no, we're going to make an offer that's actually lower than the asking price. And our real estate agent was like, you're insane. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, no, I have a feeling that we're going to be able to get it for lower than the asking price. And it was like several tens of thousands of dollars lower than the asking price. And sure enough, our offer was accepted. And it was because, which we had not known, was that 2 offers had fallen through previously. And the owner was anxious to sell the house. And so we got the house for, you know, less than the asking price, which is unusual in you know, the Bay Area.
Yes.
So that's how, you know, for me, in my experience, how my intuition has been like so beneficial, so valuable. And it's something that I've learned I need to listen to. And again, sometimes it's a vision, sometimes it's a feeling, sometimes, you know, so as you start to strengthen it, you start to identify, you know, where do I feel it in my body? Where, you know, where does it relate to in my life? And then you can start to build trust and confidence in yourself and know that you're not crazy.
Maybe in other ways.
Also, to your point on like what the tools are that you get in that class, it's everything. So from everything that you could think of that you would need to do to have a beautiful day, we have rituals where you're learning how to protect your energy, to uplift your energy, to, oh, I'm having a negative thought, it's starting to go this way, I have something to shift it immediately so I don't even have to go down that road. I have something that if I'm feeling a certain way, I can do a ritual and I can tell if it's me feeling that way or if it's somebody else. And then if it's cleared, then I'm like, that wasn't even my stuff to begin with. We have enough stuff rather than taking anyone else's. But then also like you're connecting with your higher self every day. So everything that you're learning in that class is to help you be able to live life in a beautiful way where you're able to be present in the moment and enjoy it and not necessarily have undue stress from everyday life, which we all go through. We all go through a lot of noise and dust to get through to where we need to go. But it's nice to have a little bit of extra protection, but also sparkle in being able to see, like, kind of like also it's training ourselves to like be able to see the beauty in life and to really enjoy life to the fullest. But for me, it was like going from kind of having gray glasses or like thinking about everything that was going to be going wrong to being really hopeful and connecting with people from that place. And it really changed everything. Yeah.
And for me, I do want to tap more into my gifts because I know that's my purpose. So it's the same. Like it's just helping you. Too.
And beforehand, like I said, could not smell. That's all I have to say.
Well, the other thing too is, and it sounds really strange. It sounds strange to me when I was, made aware of this class and life activation, all of it, is that, the initiation, like, what is that? Like that sounds really strange. And, but through that, you do receive 10 times more light. And I didn't understand what that meant or how important that was. But I remember my old life and, I would be driving, to San Francisco from my house, in my hybrid BMW, stressed out, going, I wish I didn't have to do this. I hate my life. I'm so, I'm so overwhelmed. I have so much anxiety. I'm so responsible for so much. And when I received these tools and I started to see them work in my life and I started to be more in joy, and then everything started to like just expand and grow, that 10 times, like, it felt more than 10 times. I understood like what 10 times meant. It was like, okay, well, it's like I have 1 cup of water. My cup of water is like really low. I'm so stressed out. And now I have like 10 full cups of water. So I'm constantly feeling nourished. I'm constantly feeling hydrated. The water is never ending. If I'm feeling stressed at any time, I can go within. I don't need to go to anybody else outside of me. I can do it in the moment. If I'm going through a spin in my head, I'm like, oh my God, this thing's going to happen. And I go through negativity. I can do a ritual. It's gone immediately. Or I can get a healing and it helps me to push through what I need to do. And so I finally felt like I wasn't alone. And I have a big support system. I have my husband, I have my family, but I still felt like I was alone. And I felt like I was carrying so much weight. And after, when I started to see how it started coming in my life, I was like, I am safe. I can go move forward. I'm not scared anymore. And I feel good. I feel so much joy. I mean, even my husband noticed. He's like, what did you do? Because can you imagine, like, this is me driving to work and we used to carpool together and he's like, we'd always argue and it was just bad. Like, he's like, why are you less stressed? Why do you have less anxiety now? And I was like, oh, I don't know. And I was like, wait, I did that thing. I was like, I got that like activation. And I took that class because I didn't actually tell him. Because he was, he came from a very Christian family and his father's a pastor, so I didn't really tell him what I was doing. And so he goes, well, I want it. And so he did it too.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
I think that's, let me know what the time is. But I would add to that where it's like the things that were mountains or like molehills, like they will shrink and you can just step over them. But you can see them for what they are. Your perception of like what you think is possible for you to do changes. And you have then all of these tools not to only like sustain your life, but make those changes and sustain changes. Like not just like breakthrough, but like I'm going to keep on going. I have that motivation to keep pushing forward and keep on refining like who I am. So I can ultimately, all of us want to serve people more, like at a deeper level, but it always starts with ourselves. We have to get to that place of really juicing ourselves up, and then we can help in a more beautiful way because we actually have something to give. We're not giving from like, we're like, take my last blood. We're like, no, we have an abundance, and then we can actually truly share.
And many of you are healers in this room. I can sense that you have that very that healing energy, and you want to help others. And this really paved the way. I didn't come into this path to actually heal somebody else. I was like, I just want to heal myself. But you really can only start to, love someone else or heal someone else with the capacity that you have within you. So how much you love yourself is how much then you can extend that love to others. But again, when you see that 10 times more light, now I love myself so 10 times more. And then it keeps on expanding because I keep on growing it by doing my rituals and using my tools. And now I have so much where I'm like, I want to share it with everyone. I want to share it with you. I want to share it with you because I don't want my life just to be good. I want everyone's lives to be good. And I want everyone to feel their authentic self, right? Because I'm sure people felt like me like beforehand, kind of stressed out and crazy, a little crazy. I mean, that was crazy. And so like, if I could do that for somebody else to like reach out and be like, here's some light. You are beautiful. You have talents that need to be shared with this world. You can do that for yourself and also extend it to your family, extend it to your friends. So yeah, grow that light within you. And
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, we're in the booth in the back. So like Lucy said, we have our class. I have my class at the end of March. She has hers in April. And we can show up.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Now we are.
Oh, great.
Hi, everyone, live streaming. Meet Dr. Dan. Hi, everyone here live with us at the SoulSearch Dublin Expo Day 2. Who's ready for an amazing Day 2? Woohoo!
Yeah.
Can everybody here in the room yell a big hello to everybody live streaming?
Hello.
Amazing. Do you feel us? We're all together. There's no such thing as time or space. So we are all in this room. And I'm going to adjust the screen a little bit. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And I am so happy and excited to introduce Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan Fields. He is Oakland's best kept secret in the field of natural medicine. Not so secret anymore now with SoulSearch. As a Chinese medicine doctor, public speaker, professor, mentor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, and hopefully soon SoulSearch TV influencer, if I have anything to say about it. Dr. Dan's mission is to make health, literacy, and natural wellness practices available to anyone pursuing wholeness in mind, body, and spirit. So come with us now and experience the magic of modern care with natural medicine in Dr. Dan's riveting exploration of principle-based practices to level up our self-care game. Who is ready?
Yeah.
I wish I could stay, but hey, I can see the replay anytime. So.
Yeah, and I
and
wish
you all
I
can too.
And I wish I had updated my bio because I'm doing rhythm and ritual.
So today we're doing rhythm and ritual with Dr. Dan.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Discovering the secrets of personal success with one simple method.
What he said. Absolutely. Well, then you are in for an even bigger treat today. So welcome, Dr. Dan.
All right. So thank y'all for sitting in and listening to this little talk. So like she said, I am Dr. Dan, a doctor of Chinese medicine. Can you see the screen? Oh, I see it's a little off here. That's a little better. And I can see that we got some outside light interaction. Christian, if you can handle that. So I'm a doctor of Chinese medicine. I'm also the founder of Organic Wellness and Chi Up Academy. We have a booth inside. I am an ordained Taoist priest. I'm a 17th generation holder for the Zhongsun Feng Wudong Shan style of Wushu. Meaning, like in China, there's the Wudong Mountain, there's 72 peaks on it, and each one has a temple. And the man who's attributed to originating Tai Chi and like consolidating the style is a man by the name of Zhongsun Feng. And so I have committed myself after 10 years to learning that and being able to pass along that information. But I have about 20 years of experience in martial arts overall. I am a professor at the Oakland Acupuncture School, and I'm certified in Tai Chi Qigong. And we offer certificates and stuff because we want to empower people to show what they can do and help others be more literate in their bodies. So to start, this is an idiom that I was taught while training martial arts, which is slow breath, calm heart. Calm heart, peaceful spirit. Peaceful spirit, happy human. Happy human, happy humanity. Being able to start with peace inside ourselves first, and then letting people catch you're healthy, rather than trying to avoid other people's sick. Sometimes we can be so magnanimous and so strong with what we call chi, which we will go over like to better understand this concept, that other people catch you're healthy. That's what I tell people. People are like, oh, I'm sorry, I feel a little under the weather. I can't come in today. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I won't catch your sick, but you can catch my healthy. That I want you to try to find that in yourself. So the three treasures of Chinese medicine are Jing, essence, Qi, energy, and Shen, or spirit. Now, in a Western mindset, you would look at Jing as the material world, and you would look at Shen as that mysterious world, like the French would say the je ne sais quoi of life. And Qi, the human realm, is that bridge between the material and the immaterial. In medicine, we look at Jing being the DNA, what was passed on by mom and dad in order to make us, and that nourishes our tissues. So that talks about the longevity of a person. Then the Qi element is what promotes metabolism. Once the Qi goes, the body stops. And then the last one, the spirit governs the body, right? Sometimes we feel drawn, we get spirited away in order to find a bit of ourselves elsewhere. So those are the three treasures. And the three treasures go along with this hierarchy of medicine. So in Chinese medicine, we have earth-based medicine. And this earth-based medicine is what we consider the lowest form of the medicine, which happens to take the most technical expertise: acupuncture, herbology, massage, pulse and tongue diagnosis. These are things that take an expert and involve community. Because if, let's say, a person has a hurt back and they're bent over and they just can't move and they go to see an acupuncturist, they have to have community. They had to have known someone. So if they happen to be living in a log cabin somewhere, they would be at a loss. So that's where the limitations of earth-based medicine come in, where you want to, you have to have community, you have to know people. And that's where the human element comes in. We start looking at Yongshen. Yongshen is lifestyle development. So like knowing how you move in life, knowing how you enjoy life, and then being able to accentuate that with feng shui. Now, feng shui is not just the arrangement of things, it's knowing how to live with the seasons and understanding how seasonal things impact our bodies and being preemptive. Because if you know better, you do better. Good. Now, I'll definitely be doing a little like, can you hear me? And sometimes a nod I can't hear because I get blind when I ask that question. Okay, so I just like a yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm not alone. I love it. Okay, so we have our human. Now, the highest level of the medicine, celestial or heavenly. This is education. Education is immaterial. It's what we retain and are able to implement, right? It's the difference between knowing something and having the wisdom to use it, right? Because we can give really good advice, but can we actually act on it? Kind of speaks to this one late Kung Fu master. His name is Chen Man-ching. And Chen Man-ching died unexpectedly in China on a trip. And none of his students were given that stamp of approval to be a lineage holder. So then they all felt that their training was incomplete. But in his book, There Are No Secrets, he talks about being able to show people the road to immortality. And you could even put road signs, but the likelihood of someone actually walking that path is slim to none. So there really are no secrets to immortality. It really comes down to the hard work, which is the Kung Fu. And that also taps into our culture, right? So now that we're educated, we teach others. Each one reach one, each one teach one. So now we create a culture of helping other people develop their lifestyle, live with the seasons, and the astrology. I skipped that. The astrology is learning how to live with the bigger picture, looking at like Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde. What is a retrograde? How does the stars impact us? How do planets impact us? Why do they impact us? And that falls into education, being able to clear those whys. And the final, once you know better and you help others, then you have the Tao, which is like effortless doing, or Wei Wu Wei, meaning like your routine is so locked in that it's effortless. Everything is done, and it seems like you do nothing, but nothing is left undone. You follow me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about yin, yang, and qi, because I keep using this term, but what the heck is it? Now, on the side, you'll see yin qi, gu qi, wei qi, your qi, my qi. It's all qi. Qi is like a sentient, living electricity that grows and learns from its environment. It cannot be created nor destroyed. It just permeates and passes through, and it animates, and it also holds structure and form. So like Bruce Lee would talk about when he would hit a board, he didn't just hit a board, he would absorb the qi from the wood on the drawback. And that's the power in martial arts. It's the back, not the out. When you go out and don't come back, that's when it jams and it hurts in another place. So same thing here. Qi is constantly like being pulled and coming back together. And so learning how to work with that dynamic, it is the child of yin and yang. And on earth, there is no absolute yin or yang. There's always a mingling. And that's that Tai Chi symbol that we see. And so in rhythm and ritual, we're looking at how Qi dances through the rhythm of life. And the things that we do on a daily basis are our daily rituals. Follow me? Mm-hmm. Great. So looking at what would be most stimulating to somebody's rhythm, like the thing that gets people off their rhythm and to forget their rituals, is emotions. Many times emotions will take us to a whole new world. But in Chinese medicine, these emotions are stored in particular organs. And so this is the benefit of learning about how our organs store these emotions and then being able to recognize how our mind processes the feeling. We cannot control emotions. Emotions are a chemical that are released from our endocrine system. It just naturally occurs. Now, what we do with that information, we have control over. Those are our feelings. Now that these chemicals have come up to our brain and start following our pathways in the cerebral cortex, that's when we can start making changes. An example, a person as a kid ran up to an ice cream truck and they got a ice cream cone. And at the same time as they began to eat the ice cream cone, they got bit by a dog. And now they associate ice cream with pain. And as an adult, they don't like ice cream. No, they prefer pie and whipped cream, but ice cream is just not a thing for them. Now that deals with their feelings toward it because they had an emotion around that ice cream and it got tainted by some negative experience. Chinese medicine is able to help find that root, tease it out, and trim away the branches so that you can safely remove that tree from your life, from your grove. Follow me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. When you have like bad stress in your body, which we will go over, this will change the quality of the qi. Because in Chinese medicine, why a person gets sick is due to stagnation of blood or qi. Sit. Slowed down, sped up. It's just not moving how it should. Sit. So it's always finding the rhythm. That's all it wants. Our circadian rhythms, like natural occurring seasonal rhythms, finding your rhythm is important because all stress is measured on the same scale. Allostatic load is what's used for physical stress, like how much pressure does it take to break a twig? And then also like mental stress, how much stress do I put on a person's mind before they divulge information? This is all measured on the same scale. Crazy, right? So when we look at the crazy scale, we'll start to notice that eustress is positive, constructive stress versus distress. And being able to distinguish between, am I in positive stress or am I in negative stress? This is going to help with being able to respond to situations versus react. What do you think about that?
That's good.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Does it include waterboarding for any students?
Yeah. So some people like, okay, because to answer your question, I would say that it's a double-edged sword because there are some people who live in a world of fetish. And sometimes masochism would make that a turn on. And then for some people who prefer to be more upright and prefer more traditional life, waterboarding is very uncomfortable. But if you ask a scuba diver, waterboarding, probably people who do water sports and they're used to tumbling in the white water, you know, sometimes the pressure and the movement of water doesn't intimidate them. So yes, like for some people, waterboarding is distressing. And then for other people, like in that Denzel Washington movie, they were waterboarding him and he was counting and he was like, oh, my record is 14. That's all you got, you know? And he's using it as eustress. He's treating it as a learning opportunity. How much longer can I handle being uncomfortable? So yes, waterboarding definitely would be measured on allostatic. So then in that case, you would have to create a variable, just like in martial arts. Like when you are engaging with someone and let's say you meet force with force and they're equal force, you have to change left and right. You have to flank to try to now get them off balance because it's no longer about power, it's about technique. So in this case, this is very demented. But if a person were being waterboarded and they started being like, okay, shock them with electricity. And now there's a new element involved and you touch a different place. Or then you switch it up to the single drop of water, speaking to the theme of water. I mean, these are ways in which you are testing someone's allostatic load. Another one might be like in a classroom of people who are not engaging. As a professor, I call on a student and ask them a pointed question. Sometimes some students feel distress. Other students feel eustress because they get to prove what they know, right? Because they are learning a language. They are dealing with conflict resolution. They are practicing music or training in martial arts. Or they've been refining their lifestyle in some way that good stress, they're in their performance zone. And that's what we seek to do. Be calm and in our performance zone and recognize when we start to tip into distress. Things like peer pressure, bullying, overwork, violent situations, or even self-defamation. All right. Now, my favorite neighbor, Mr. Rogers, this guy, he's such a nice guy, Fred Rogers, and I really like what he has to say here. He says, when we can talk about our feelings, they become less overwhelming, less upsetting, and less scary. The people we trust with that important talk can help us know that we are not alone. The people we trust with that important talk. It's so important to have community and be able to get out these different things to change how much pressure is on our system. So it's important, thinking back to the hierarchy of medicine, having community, but also helping each other out, like an ecosystem, like plants do. A tree loses a limb, and through the root systems and through the mushrooms do it too. They'll send data to each other. They'll send nutrients to each other to help the environment be better. Versus like you never see like plant homelessness. A plant's like, sorry, I can't afford to give you water today. I got a couple brown leaves up top. You know how it is, right? Like they're not worried about it. But we make excuses to isolate and keep ourselves contained and try to bottle things up. And then we get these odd diseases because emotions are real. Like I said, they're stored in organs. And when they pervert, they can ferment and cause crazy things in a non-physical way. Esoteric. But let's go ahead and find our rhythm. We're going to be moving today. Now that y'all been talked your ear off for a second, let's jump into some Qigong. So everybody stand up if you can. And you too online. I see you. I see you digitally. I sense you. Stand up. I want you to join us because what we're about to do is going to do a little meridian balancing. So first, to start off with our feet together, right hand in a fist, left hand flat. And we just acknowledge each other because we're all working toward the same goal, being healthy and well. Good. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to just soften our knees and we're going to step out with our left foot so that our feet are shoulders width. Good. And you can let your hands rest by your side. Now, repeat after me. Ear, shoulder.
Ear, shoulder.
Ear, shoulder, hip.
Ear, shoulder, hip.
Ear, shoulder, hip, heel.
Ear, shoulder, hip, heel.
Great. That's going to be our guiding principle. We want our ears over our shoulder, shoulder over our hips, hips over our heels. Excellent. Now, we're going to circle our hands from below, and our tongue's going to go on the roof of our mouth, and we're going to be breathing in and out through our nose. We're going to breathe in through our nose. Hands come up level with the heart. Exhale. Hands come down level to our belly button. The space just below our belly button is called the dantian. So when I say dantian, that's what I'm referring to. To the heart, inhale up, hold, exhale down. Doing our best to keep our breath contained to the nose with the tongue on the roof of our mouth. Last one. Big circle, inhale up. Exhale down. Take a moment to stand, to be completely still. Do your best not to adjust, even if you have a wedgie. Leave it unpicked. Good, no wedgies in here. Bringing the hands up, level with the heart. Palms facing each other like you're holding a beach ball against your chest. As we hold this posture above, we soften our knees below. Now, who here has heard the term piezoelectric?
I have.
Oh, great. We have a few. So for those who haven't heard of piezoelectricity, it's electricity based on pressure. Who here has heard of black tourmaline, the crystal?
Yes.
Black tourmaline, if you squeeze it hard enough, it will spark and create electricity. It will make visible sparks. Quartz crystal, if you strike it with a small mallet, it will create a spark of electricity. So our bones are crystalline. Our fascia is crystalline. By standing in these postures, we're putting subtle stress on our body. And if that's the case, that means we are subtly generating living electricity in our body. AKA, what's that called?
Chi,
yeah, piezoelectricity. That's right. Piezoelectricity draws out the chi from our bones. Anybody's arms getting tired? Oh, welcome to your body. Good. Let the hands drop. Big circle. Good. Now, the Qigong we're about to do is called Yin-Yang Meridian, balancing. Left hand goes on top of right, and we're going to be twisting our body coming up on the right. So if I'm standing the same direction as you, up on the right, rotating and down on the left. We're following the track of our large intestine. We have ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, sigmoid colon. Good. Extra credit, if your palms are on your body, feel the warmth of your palms as it warms your large intestine. Do your best to keep your hands below the ribs. It should be just below the ribs, just on the abdomen, the soft part of the abdomen. Now, what we're going to do, next time we come up on the right, we're going to take our left hand, bring it to our hip. Right hand comes up to the left ear. Wipe the back of the head. Now the left arm comes out. And when we put our hand up like this, we say, give me my money.
My money.
Give me my gold.
Monies. Okay. And then down the inside of the arm. Using the palm, really feel. Then up the outside of the arm. Really get the rotator cuff, get that shoulder. Now, most of the time, people touch their shoulder when they got an itch. This time, you're doing it deliberately. Right hand. Now, left hand to right ear. Around the head. Give me my money. Wipe down the inside. Up the outside. Really reach over the shoulder. Now, here's the fun part. Hands come to the heart. We're opening the heart. Then our hands pivot and we wipe down our back. Wipe down the back of our legs all the way to our feet. Take a second. Yeah. Bent down, then wipe up the inside of the legs. Up to the belly, and we start rubbing our belly again. Left hand on top of right. Extra credit. Inhale as you come up. Hold as you transverse. Deep. And as you come down, exhale. Inhale up. Hold. Exhale. Cross. And down. Now we're going to do it again. Left hand comes to the hip. Right hand to the left ear. Around the head. Give me my money. Down the inside. Up the outside. Other side. Left hand to right ear. Around the head. Give me my money. Down the inside. Up the outside. Spreading across the chest. Wiping down the back. I know, it can be confusing. Welcome to your body. Then wiping up the inside of the legs. Good, making circles. Good, then we pause at our dantian. Exhale. Inhale up. Exhale. Take a moment to be completely still. Maintaining the same posture, we bring our hands back up, level with the heart. Holding that beach ball against our chest. This posture is called Jom, standing like a tree. For those who've done Qigong before, you're reaching through the top of your head and you're sitting back on your tailbone like you got a kangaroo's tail and you're resting on that kangaroo's tail. And allowing the hands to come down. Repeat after me the 3 gratitude circles. Gratitude for my health.
Gratitude for my health.
Gratitude for my practice.
Gratitude for my practice.
Gratitude for our community.
Gratitude for our community.
Good. Left foot to right. Right hand in a fist, left hand flat. Congratulations, you have just completed your first Qigong with Dr. Dan. So feel free, go ahead and have a seat and just check in. Oh, thank you. Do you feel the same or different? Good. Welcome. Yeah, that's the goal. We want to increase our circulation, feel warm, because outside it's a little chilly, right? But we want even warm across our body. And here's something to consider. That also, if you don't have a water bottle, there's water in the back. And we have some really great hydrogen-rich water at our booth. So come and check us out to stay hydrated. But here's something to consider. Like a tree, the outside that we see is the youngest version of ourselves. And our inner child is the oldest.
Oh my goodness.
Let that sit in. Let that sink for a second. Let that sink in. The side, what we all are looking at right now, the face that you're wearing today is the youngest version of yourself. It's younger than yesterday's face. But your inner child saw both faces. Your inner child saw you go through puberty. Your inner child saw your first date. It saw your first rejection. It saw the first time you stubbed your toe. Your inner child knows you so much better than the outside version thinks it knows. Because there's a difference between intellectualizing something and embodying something. And our inner child is very embodied. And so how do you connect with your mini me? Okay, this is something that you want to do with daily rituals, okay? Your mini me likes to do stuff. Think about, like, as a child, was sitting around the house comfortable. Think about the number of times that you sit in front and do this. You know, and you got like Eye of the Tiger in the background, and you're like checking your Facebook, right? And people like really get into being in the sedimentary lifestyle. But what happens to kids when you try to put them in that? They get restless. They start peeling things apart, taking your pen apart. They want to tear the paper. They want to ask you questions. They want to do stuff, right? That curiosity is so important. And that's why with rhythm and ritual, your rhythms are things you're not even thinking about. These are automatic, whereas your rituals are somatic. And by tapping in with your inner child, allowing that curiosity, allowing yourself to make mistakes and laugh at yourself, you're able to start to enjoy life differently. So let's start talking about designing our rituals. Now, some people think that, you know, you need to like create, you know, like I'm going to call it cultural appropriation, a person not having a full grasp of a particular art and cherry picking the best and using a little bit of this and a little bit of that. There's nothing wrong with it as long as there's a reverence. But with irreverence, what happens is there are gaps. And sometimes people's rituals can make them lose their mind. In Chinese medicine, we call this fire sickness or a Shin disturbance. Who remembers what Shin? That was a term we learned in the three treasures, Jing, Qi, Shin. What was that one? It's the spirit, yeah. And have you ever had somebody who's like gone through shock and they become a different person? And while they're going through that recovery process, you like have to learn to adapt to these changes so that you're not like, why are you that way? And lose your friend. It's like knowing that you have to be very careful with your rituals. You have to take your time. It's a lifestyle thing. This is something that is lifestyle refinement. It's not like quarterly refinement. It's not like in 90 days, these are the things that are going to happen per se. You can set goals and start taking steps toward reaching and achieving, but know that it takes a lifetime. So being gentle with yourself is key, because the last thing we want is self-defamation. That is considered, is that good stress or bad stress?
Horrible stress.
Horrible stress, correct. So let's face it. A lot of the time, the things that stop us from being that inner superhero like Grover here is typically pain and injury. Those are the most common reasons why people are afraid of being hurt, being rejected, or they have a previous injury that says this will happen again and again. So with that, we need to start distinguishing between good pain versus bad pain. Good pain might be like when you're holding up your arms, you may notice your shoulders start to fatigue. Now, if there's a sharp pain in your shoulder and it drops and you're like, oh no, you don't force it and be like, he told me to keep my arms up. You drop down and you make an adjustment. That's the 30% rule. You're only using 30% of your total capacity and you're keeping 70% in your energetic savings account. And the benefits of doing that is that it has 100% APY with compounding interest and a $0 buy-in. This is the kind of stuff that helps you grow, and it eventually serves you by recognizing like, oh, I'm at the beginning stages of my bad pain. So then it never gets to this extreme scale. And that's the goal of Chinese medicine, is to make sure that you stay somewhere in the middle in a homeostatic premium performance zone. Here's an analogy that Sifu would teach me. If life were a string, and let's see, I might have a cable to demonstrate this point to you. Christian, can I get a hand? All right. So, hold it from right there. So this cable it only goes so far, right? And we're not even holding it at its full length. But if this represents somebody's life, when you have highs and you have lows, is this the same length? Well, I had to get closer in order to create this peak. The length of the line is sure, it's the same length, but it's changing its direction. Some people are obsessing with this aspect, and other people are stuck in the experience of going down. But what happens when you can take what was a high peak and decrease the intensity of it? It keeps more forward momentum. So then you experience a longer, better quality of life. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Great. And that's how tension in your life, it creates disturbances, right? You saw how it was very abrupt for him. And that's what it's like when people get stressed out and they snap. It's abrupt and people get pulled along. So being able to have control, thank you, Christian. Being able to have that control to know, like, okay, am I causing good pain or am I causing bad pain in others? It's not just for us. But when you are in pain, there are ways to naturally overcome it. And so that's something that we specialize in the clinic. And with rhythm and ritual, you're able to kind of take care of that kind of stuff for yourself. Like there is a rhythm to your pain, and there are rituals to our pain. Oh, I go and I take this pill, and then I eat this gummy, and then I go and I soak for this long, and then I take the Epsom salt, and then I go to bed for this time. And then I have the topicals in the morning, right? These are our rituals to overcome pain. And those are things that can be refined. And so one of the first things that I recommend is touch. Touch is so important. If it's not a massage, sometimes just the laying of hands, Reiki even, is so important. Our body responds to energetics. It responds to touch. So at our booth, we definitely are doing chair massage. So if you want to be able to experience like manual Chinese medicine, you want to experience some of our tools. Like for instance, we use tools to accentuate the work. Like this is terahertz. This is made from pure silicon, and it has the ability to melt ice on contact. It vibrates at the frequency of terahertz, which is far infrared. So when this makes contact with our skin, it is changing the vibration. Just like if you sit on a seat and something is vibrating underneath, your body starts to vibrate at that same frequency. Same thing here. That's kind of the premise behind stone medicine. The stones have a certain vibration because they have chi, but they are at a slower weight. And that's why stones, meditating with them, help us to change and amplify how low we can go, how deep we can get into our meditation. So medically, we use this to break through blood clots. It helps to metabolize fluids that are congealing in the body, aka stagnation. It breaks up stagnation. This is a gua sha. You can use it on the face, but we use it on the body medically. And we also use a sphere because this saves the therapist, but it's denser. So you're able to get more impact. Like if I drop this on a block of ice, it would melt a column right through the block. It's so incredible. This is what Silicon Valley was named after because it's a semiconductor and a semi-insulator. It has the ability to do all kinds of things. Like computer chips were used. This is what computer chips were made from in the past. Yes.
What is the substance called?
Terahertz. Yeah, and what it's chemically made of is 99.9% pure silicon. There's only two elements on the periodic table that can house life. Carbon is one, and silicon. Silicon-based life forms are coral reef. Carbon-based life forms are us. So that's one of the cool things, that this is kind of like one of those life-sustaining elements in its raw form. It's a trip. I like to geek out on this kind of stuff. So these are the kind of things that we use in massage. Yeah, you like that? Yeah. Yes.
I want one of those. You got to sell those at the booth?
Yeah, we got these at the booth. I just imported like about 50 pounds worth of stones from Japan. And I'm really excited about that. We're also going to be at the Contra Costa Crystal Fair next week. And that's going to be the place, like we're known for our terahertz there. So this is going to be exciting. So you guys get access to it before then, because it'll likely be gone by the end of next weekend. The other thing you can consider is turmeric. Now in Japan has like a lot of centurions. They even have dance troupes for people where you have to be at least over 90 to join in. Could you imagine that? 90-year-old women like ha-cha-cha, and they're having a good time. I've been practicing that one all night, Rob, you see. So the turmeric we also have at the booth, and one of the benefits of this is it increases circulation. But if you are pregnant or looking to be pregnant, you want to be mindful with turmeric because it stimulates blood so much, it could cause difficulties in conception. The other one, yes.
Turmeric. So I drink turmeric tea, I cook with it. Are there different, I mean, because you buy it a safe way, you can go to a more specialty store that sells spices and get something that usually has more flavor, more. Tell me the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an agriculture question because an apple today does not have the same nutrients as an apple 50 years ago. And that's because of the nutrients in the soil. And when it comes to turmeric, the location matters. And the amount of mineral content in the soil matters because it's a tubule. It grows in the ground. It's a root. So it's completely 360 covered in soil. So based on what kind of soil it's growing in is going to dictate how much nutrients can be retained. Now, the turmeric that we keep, this is wild crafted in Japan. So the company in Nagic, they purchased a parcel of land that had wild growing turmeric. And instead of like pulling up the weeds and trying to like monocrop it, they just water everything and allow the ecosystem to grow. So it picks up from other plants. So that's one of the reasons why this turmeric is super sweet. The tea is like you could even soak your feet in it and it will help to reduce swelling in your feet. It's a different kind of turmeric, I'll tell you that. You can go to the food mill, you can go to grocery outlet and get that little $2 holla, but you know, that's not gonna be, there wasn't the same love and care. That's how they can make a profit on $2 holla, you know? Yeah, that's food for thought. Okay. So another one is brain food. This is good for mental health. For people who get anxiety and then it starts to somatically change what's going on. This is specially formulated by a woman who was suffering from brain cancer. I met her and she was the one that was like, look, she's Greek. She goes, I don't know if it will work, but try. And I said, okay. And I opened the bag. She said, only use a third. I said, all right. So I used a third. I put it in my coffee. It made it taste kind of like chai. But then at the end of that fair, I was like alert. Now, one of the hard things about vending is the breakdown, especially if you have a whole lot of gear because you got to make sure it goes in the same containers, take it to the location, unload, and put everything away. And that can be the tedious part. That flew by. That was my first experience with brain food. So then I started handing it out to my community. And so I have some patients who do have like dementia or they have like signs of like just memory issues. By using brain food, they are able to retain short-term, they're able to recall long-term better and more fluently. So I said, okay, I'll put that on the wrap. So that's why it's Dr. Dan approved. They're little 6-gram packets. It has adaptogenic mushrooms and things of that nature. So we're looking at the herbology, being able to put nutrients in us to help accentuate what our body naturally wants to do. Now, has anyone ever said to you there's a difference between healing and regenerating?
Yes.
Not till today.
Not till today.
No,
Yeah, what's the difference?
so healing, oh my gosh, both of them can be done in so many different ways, but rejuvenating could be something that it's bringing it back to something, whereas healing is maybe it needed healing all along. Maybe it needed a change, transformation, I guess is what I'm looking for.
All right.
I wish I could put it in better words.
Well, I mean, I think that's a great start because that is its essence is true because what you said was that healing essentially is leaving a scar. It will close the wound, but there's evidence that something occurred. Regeneration brings it back renewed exactly as it was and sometimes better. Like if a salamander loses its limb, it doesn't heal back and have this like limb. It's like, yeah, I lost my limb. No, a salamander's got this limb that works. Now, there's a great book called The Spark in the Machine by Dr. Daniel Keown, and he starts explaining the bridge between Western and Eastern science, looking at the relationship between healing and regeneration. Because AC electricity has a peak and it has a valley. alternating current. That's what AC stands for. So it has a high and it has a low. And our bodies use AC electricity. But salamanders, when they lose their limb, starfish, when they lose their limb, at the injury site, it turns into direct current, DC electricity, a straight standard amount of electricity. And that DC electricity is what causes the body to start regenerating the limb. If the body doesn't go into that DC mode, then a scar is left and you heal. So that's the byproduct of AC current. Trippy, right? So brain food is triggering that DC process. That's what adaptogenic mushrooms and adaptogenic plants are attempting to do, transform things that aren't working into something more productive. So this is one of those catch-all I'm a big fan of. Another one, I am certified in medical cannabis. I took this certificate. It was called Medical Cannabis for Healthcare Professionals. It was the first federally backed certificate to help nurses and doctors better communicate the side effects of using cannabis and also interactions with medication. So for people who have like blood thinning medication or they have any kind of liver enzyme imbalance, cannabinoids are unsafe because it will cause the blood to coagulate and it can cause interactions with medication. So it's not a catch-all. And that's why it's important to have somebody who you can rely on to look things up and be able to give you solid information and know where the resources are. But looking at cannabinoids, for those who can use it, one of the great ways to protect yourself is to know what the molecules do. There's more than THC, there's more than CBD. We have the euphoria molecule, which is THC, tetrahydrocannabinol. We have CBC. This is the mood molecule. This one will trigger the midbrain to produce adenamine. And this is the precursor to an endo-opioid, aka endorphin. So that means like if you're trying to feel good, CBC will naturally cause your body to start making the ingredients for happiness. Then CBG is 3 times stronger than CBD for pain, cannabigerol. And I remember big because it handles big pain. And CBG is also a neuroprotectant. So people with like Parkinson's and dementia, any kind of like neurological imbalance, CBG is starting to show signs that it can be very helpful for these kinds of conditions. As you know, CBD is a very calming molecule. It helps to take stress off of our nervous system. And I'll explain how it does that, because that's important to knowing about your rhythm and your ritual. Because if you are including cannabis as part of your rituals and it becomes a part of your rhythm, making sure that you're using the molecules that aren't going to hinder you are going to be best. Last one is CBN. It's the sleep molecule. This is what THC transforms into after it ages. And CBN is way better than melatonin for helping you get to sleep, because our bodies are very, very lazy. The moment you take away some action that it could do on its own, it will stop doing it. So if you're taking exogenous melatonin, meaning melatonin not made in your body, then your body will stop producing it. So if you stop taking it, insomnia, you eventually grow a tolerance. You have to take more. Whereas with CBN, that's not the case. It's going to naturally put you into a sleep cycle. Pretty cool, right? Mm-hmm. Who would have thought all that from the weeds? Now, that's great. Yeah. I mean, you know, I love that there are more people becoming aware, because each one reach one, each one teach one, right? So this is important to pass this along, because there are people suffering from things that these molecules can handle, and they don't have to take these high concentrations of pharmaceuticals or any other kind of harmful substance in order to mitigate their pain. You may not know this, but your body makes cannabinoids. They're called endocannabinoids versus outdocannabinoids. That was my little joke. Yes. Outdocannabinoids are also called phytocannabinoids, plant-based cannabinoids. And the ECS regulates our peripheral and our central nervous system. It is the operator. It can control pain receptors. It can control, like, what makes opiates dangerous is that they're very close to our respiratory core. And when a person has too many opiates, they suffocate because they can't breathe. Whereas there's no such thing as an overdose in cannabis. The only way you can die from cannabis is if like a pallet of it fell from a high building and you happen to be standing there, or you were stuck in a burning building, a burning dispensary. But those are really just like impact injuries and suffocation. So it has really nothing to do with the cannabis. But looking at our autonomic and somatic nervous system, This is an image from that really dark artist who took bodies and like presents them across the globe. Turns out nobody knew who they were. He was getting them from mortuaries. Anyway, this is a real human spine, brain, central nervous system, and peripheral. Doesn't it look like a taproot? Looks like a seed. Taproot, like a tree. So circling back, the outside of our body is the youngest version of ourselves, and at our core is where we really are. The inner child is the truest version of ourselves, just like this. That's where the inner child lives, on the inside of that. Okay? So just consider that. Like, and that's why Tai Chi and everything wants to find its center, wants to be centered. Now, we do at our booth have these medical grade cannabinoids that can help your nervous system, help your whole body. Happy nerves, happy life. Okay. Also, Tai Chi, Qigong, like you just did. Many of you said, I feel warmer. Well, how many of you know someone with Raynaud's, where their hands get cold and blue, or people who are anemic and they're just layered up? What happens if you just show them that little bit of meridian balancing and they're like, I gotta take my coat off? That's a good feeling. That's empowering. And it didn't take long. We did what, 10 minutes? If that? Yeah.
I'm the next speaker.
Yes.
Your time is up.
My time's not up because they are 10 minutes behind. Did Barbara talk to you about that?
Talk to me about that.
Oh,
Sorry
yeah.
to bother you.
It's okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So at 1 o'clock is then we end, and then you're able to take over.
Very good.
All good.
Thank you.
My pleasure. So looking at rhythms and rituals, our rhythms are autonomic. They're a part of that autonomic system. They're automatic. And again, our rituals are somatic. We're looking at ways to refine our rituals and allow them to tip into our rhythm. Okay? So the 5 steps, these are the 5 things that you want to consider when you're building your ritual. The first one is reflection. The reflection is key because you want to know what kind of life do you want to create. Think of it like Uber. If you know where you want to go, but you don't know where you're at, how would they pick you up?
Location.
Yeah, but you could attempt that. Yeah, but I mean, the reality is, like, if your location settings are turned off and you're not giving them that access and you don't know the corner to type in, I know you're being funny, and I made it real for you.
But you can revert back to go to your settings and location. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, but that's that inner child. Your settings would be your inner child because that's the inner workings of everything. Is experienced everything. So having a deep relationship is important because you need to identify what are your natural cycles. How do you naturally respond? How do you want to naturally respond? Number 3 is designing. You start small and focus on consistency. Right? It's not about overhauling and wiping away all the things you do. If you're a night owl, don't try to be an early bird. Accentuate being a night owl and learn when to turn it off. If 11 o'clock is you're off, then go to bed. So designing, and that might be one part of your ritual that you're designing, like turning things off. And then implementing. You want to start with only 1 or 2 things, okay? Less is more in this case. Less is always more. And of course, adjust your routine so that your world can start to adapt to it, because you have people in your life who know you for your rhythm and people who know you for your rituals. You got to give them time, that latency, to better understand how to connect with you with these changes that you're making. So grace is what I'm saying, and practicing forbearance. Forbearance meaning somebody has slighted you and you are entitled to do something, you choose not to, right? Some kid steals candy from your shop. They're like, do you want us to charge them? You're like, give them a slap on the wrist. That's forbearance. Now, an example for a morning ritual. This comes from the marvelous Miss Maisley. Like, he has a morning routine. Being able to wake up at a consistent time, making sure you stay hydrated, having some kind of movement practice. These are things that are imperative for the day, to start the day so that you are bright and you feel ready on top of the day. And then, of course, in the evening, winding down, less blue light. This is from Adventure Time. If you've never watched the show, it's great. Yeah, it's cool. This will help signal to your body that it's time to decline, learning to embrace that inner silence in order to get to sleep. And of course, this coaching, I do coaching on this because there are times in which I can somatically work with someone and help them break through physical pain. But a lot of the time, there are aspects of their lives, like holding patterns, that need to be discussed. For instance, I've had people come to me and say, I have an upset stomach, and they want me to take care of the upset stomach. But what they're not talking about is how they deal with their stress at work. And the reason that they have an upset stomach, no matter how many antacids they take, it's because it's stress induced. So by reducing how they interact with their stress, the stomach pain goes away. So that's like looking at branches and roots. And so this is where a coach, having somebody on the outside look in is very helpful. And of course, we're doing free 10-minute consultations today. You can come by the booth and schedule that, step outside just in the waiting area or even outside and take 10 minutes to discuss like what are these things that you want to design. And we're pretty good at it, pretty damn good at it. Now, we also have an online community. So, and it's free. You can hop in there. We put resources up. We have event calendars. We even do webinars. And these are things that we encourage everyone to hop in and to participate because there's always a little goodie bag. I'm full of surprises. All right. Some of them will be like, he's full of it, and I'm not sure what it is. All right. Of course, now you may be wondering, like, I'm wearing this hat, Organic Wellness. What the heck is that? Well, Organic is an umbrella company. Organic Wellness is a private clinic, and Chi Up Academy is a nonprofit. So what does Organic mean? Is hope. It's natural bravery. It's joy. It's the number of times somebody told me that after I've been injured that I would not be able to do something, or that I wouldn't achieve something, or that I wouldn't be able to acquire the thing because that's just not possible. Or can I? Let me show you a way. Like, for instance, I entered a master's program without a bachelor's. So I got my doctorate without a bachelor's. I was able to skip it. How? Matriculation. I knew that there was a way. Where there's a will, there is a way. That's what Organic is all about. And the logo, Tu Ren, is the name of the logo. That's a Chinese phrase. It means aboriginal, made from clay. Reminds me of the legend of John Henry. That's what that circle is. It's human ingenuity overcoming technology. He was able to beat out a steam engine using his wrought strength in laying down railroad ties. So that's kind of like what we do. And because of time, I'm just going to hit play.
I know where you're going with this. How does your Qigong practice help with your music?
Yeah, so this is my buddy Steve, and this is something that we would practice Qigong together. And we trained for about 10 years. And in 2021, he was tragically murdered in a hospital by a security guard. And it was very sad. And it was hard to jump back into the medicine and start teaching. And the term Chi Up came from him expressing wanting to go out and Chi Up, to lively up himself before getting involved with whatever. And he was a famous musician. He performed in front of hundreds of thousands of people internationally. So it was something that, like, being on stage was natural for him. So it was a major tragedy. And so I said, instead of trying to retaliate with, violence or browbeating, why not create a space where you can create self-care, self-defense, and self-esteem? And so that's what we did. And that's what Chi Up Academy offers. We have free Chi Initiative Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you can learn more at our booth. Thank you all for coming around. That's the end of the talk, and I appreciate you. This is Rhythm Ritual. I'm Dr. Dan. Have a good day, and goodbye, everyone online. Thank you for watching.
I guess that was the first.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there.
All right. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're absolutely delighted that you're here and joining us today for this exploration of a variety of topics and very special guest speakers. So I'd like to introduce, as soon as I get my introductory remarks out. There we go. Didn't come through at first. Okay, I am absolutely delighted to introduce Reverend Annie Batchelder. Thank you. She has over 34 years of experience. She is a gifted channel, psychic, medium, and spiritual teacher. Her website, you can find her at www, obviously, anniechannels.com. And she owns on Etsy store, the email or the URL is soulsorcerer.etsy.com, where you'll find all kinds of wonderful things. Annie's natural psychic abilities have been further enriched through teachings, awakening your light body, opening to channel, how to read the Akashic records, and a really, I think, a particularly wonderful topic, healing self-doubt. Because none of us doubt ourselves, right? Ever.
Only in the morning.
Despite overcoming personal challenges, including multiple sclerosis, my tongue wants to trip over.
I used to have multiple sclerosis, is what she's saying.
Yep. Tubal pregnancies, adoption experiences, Annie channeled the transformative book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, offering Akashic Records-based guided exercises and energy skills to help you live a soul-filled life. Her daily practice of embodying her soul's light guides her in serving students and clients, providing greater calm, confidence, and clarity through Akashic Records readings and empowering others to explore their own records with depth and ease. So welcome and enjoy.
Thank you so much. Hi, folks.
Hello.
I'm Annie. I'm so pleased you're here. Thank you for coming to my talk. My goal today in this talk is to have a conversation with you, give and take, about the soul. Like, what the heck is with the soul? Why is this interesting? You know, what's the soul made of? How do you know you have one? And where is it? You know, that kind of thing. So who here thinks knowing your soul is important? I like this room. You're my kind of people. Why do you think it's important? Like balance. What a great one. I love that.
It's the essence of who you are.
The essence of who you are. Yes. Anybody else?
Knowing why you're here on earth.
Knowing why you're here on earth. Soul purpose, right? Uh-huh.
Well, I think once you know who you are, then it allows you to work on those areas that you can use to help support others.
Yes. Exactly. I agree with you.
What's your soul purpose? What are you doing? How can you really impact others?
And how does that help people? Right, exactly. I'm with you on that. Any others? Great. If you think of something, bring it up. So my experience of the soul and why it's important to me is that when I started channeling in 1988, I asked for a high guide whose higher purpose with me was balanced, valid, meshed with my higher purpose. Now, at this point, I'm like 30 years old. I'm pretty much crazy, 3/4 crazy, and don't know what I have, that I have a soul or a higher purpose. So it was the instructor's idea to ask that question. I thought that was a good question. I'll just go with it. And so my guide Anubis said, our purpose together is to reunite humans with their soul, and from there with the divine. And I thought, well, that sounds good, you know. And I went with it, and it's been a consistent theme ever since 1988, and since I started channeling. And then in 2014, when I found the Akashic Records. The Akashic Records are the archive of a soul's entire journey, like from beginning to wherever the other end is, or if it's all happening at the same time, if you're one of those. That one makes my ears smoke, but I do try to think of it. Anyway, so the Akashic Records really are about our souls. And now that it's possible for all of us, you know, regular folks, to be able to open our records and get information that's useful, practical, and applicable for ourselves, we might as well dig in. Like, why not? this is like an encyclopedia of why the heck did I have 3 triple pregnancies and a miscarriage, and then go on to have to give an adopted baby back. Like, what was with that? Well, I happen to have had a very large ego, and I needed a little bit of humility. So I got some humility that way, and it was hard. It was a tough way to get it. I don't recommend it, but when you're not listening, the 2x4 over the head method tends to be useful. Everybody's head nods or heads are going. We've all been there, right?
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm no different than you are. Mistakes will be made. And what I've found from my guides, the Akashic Beings of Light and my guide Anubis, my channeling guide is Anubis, and the Akashic Beings of Light are the guides in the Akashic Records for me, and who teach us how to open our records in chapter 2 of Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness. They really say it's about the soul. It's about bringing that forward. And our soul is always, have a seat. There's plenty of seats up here. It's all about the soul and learning about the soul. Like, what is the blueprint here? What's the plan? Like, did anybody else feel like they got here and everybody else seemed to have the playbook and the script, but you? Like, what? How come I didn't get the instruction manual? Like, I felt like I was the only one out there. How does this work, right? And I think the Akashic Records are good for getting the instruction manual and understanding all the upsets and the big deals in the past, so that we can come to peace with that in our current lives and then go forward from there, because who I am here in this present moment is what sets the stepping stones in place for my future, right? And some of it, if people want to know, is it cast in stone? There are some elements that seem to be pre-decided, as it were, and that, I'm going to have some experiences that might give me a smaller ego or not be so arrogant, right? And how those experiences come about might be decided by what were all the previous decisions I made leading up to those experiences. And that's soul level information, right? And when we discover, like, when you open your records and you get soul level information, it changes things. And the blueprint literally shifts a little bit. And that changes what is going to flow out from that experience. Because you come to peace, and then it's a new game. When I came to peace with, all right, I got it, God. You don't want me to have children, obviously. This is, what do you want? Well, the next thing that ended up in my ballpark was, you're going to learn to channel, Annie. And I was like, what? And even when I took a writing class, and I was going to write really good marketing copy, so you'd all have lots of readings with me and take classes with me, and I'd become a wealthy and famous psychic. What do you go, right? So the first day I go to this writing class, and we're writing, I get the first chapter of how bringing forth soul consciousness. I'm like, book. No, wait, nobody said book. Wait, who put this up? Whose idea is this? And every time I sat down, I get more information on a chapter, or I get another chapter, and it was just channeled through me. And some of the chapters are tough, like they're very esoteric, like how the soul is constructed. And I'm sitting there at the computer. I'm like, you should really find somebody who knows what they're talking about in this category, because I don't. And they're like, just keep typing. I'm glad you're laughing, because it was what else can you do? Right?
That's how they were teaching you.
Exactly. And they even had said this about the last class I was teaching, based on chapter 15, living as your soul. And there were 6 students in there, nice, small, intimate class. And they said, no, there's 7. And I'm like, you mean me? And they're like, you're one of the students. Okay, great. You know, and I might as well be. And that's why I wanted to be a conscious channel, because I want to know what's going on. What's the information coming through? What does the energy feel like? How does that help me go forward? You know, you might ask a perfect question. For me, I'm like, oh, I want to know the answer to this one too. Okay. You know, like I learn from all of you. I'm no different than you are. And I just want to do the best I can here, make a difference in other people's lives, and hopefully it helps me grow, right? So, soul consciousness. Since the Akashic records are the record of everything a soul has ever said, thought, or done throughout time, so it involves any of your past lives. And maybe you're doing a special study period with some group of consciousness beings, and you're learning and studying with them. You're not reincarnating in a physical body for a while. Maybe you're in between lives. There's information about those too in the Akashic records. You know, it's the perfect platform for learning about soul consciousness or bringing it forth. You know, the name bringing forth soul consciousness to me is like, it's not something my mother taught me. She taught me a little bit about how to make bread, how to grow vegetables, how to compost, you know, a lot of things. Anyway, but she didn't teach me about how to know my own soul. And when I got to studying this, it's fascinating. It's very interesting. And the thing about what the guides explained to me in this book, is that the soul is literally the link between our physical bodies and the divine. So when we bring forth soul consciousness, when we embody the light and consciousness of our souls, we are automatically linked with the divine. You know, it happens like that. So it's an easy practice. The exercise is listed in one of the chapters, but it's also listed at the back of the book. I put all the prayers, invocations, and exercises that are brought up over the chapters. I put them all in the back of the book, so you can just go right there to find that part instead of going. I know. Organization is one of my little things. Anyway, so soul consciousness and the Akashic records. So the Akashic records are pristine. There are a group of beings that keep them clean and orderly and uncontaminated. The other thing about souls is our soul can never be chipped, stolen, sold, borrowed, lent, cracked, invaded, whatever. You can't kill a soul. Souls are divinely made. They're made by the divine herself. And that's inviolate. No other creature or being can do anything to that soul. So you can't lose your soul. And they don't have a scorecard. Well, last Tuesday when you ate all that, blah, 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 they're not doing that. My personality, yes, that might be doing it. But the other, the divine isn't doing that. And my soul's not keeping a scorecard on me. So let's see. Chapter 2, page 12 has a lot of really good information about what the Akashic records are. They're spiritual, not psychic. So you don't have to have learned to channel in 1988 to be able to open your records and get really good, useful, practical, applicable information in your records. The three principles, and I love this, that govern the Akashic records are judge not, fear not, and resist not. And so when you open the records, my automatic feeling, and this happens to most of the people I do Akashic records readings for, they go, oh, I can let my shoulders down. I can relax. I can be as big as I am in my soul's records. I belong here. This is the record of my history as a soul, as a human. In the records, there are two orders of business. The first thing is energy first, information second. So when I'm doing Akashic Records readings, it's always like, what's the energy doing? That something just moved here and it touched there, and I'm feeling something. And I'm always looking and noticing what the energy is doing. And that may open up some information areas as well, because you probably are feeling that and that's why they're telling me to mention it. My body's registering some things. So energy first, information second. So you don't have to know right away why there's some energy shift. That's okay if that comes like next Tuesday, right? But the energy shifts. Now there's cheese down that tunnel. Let's see. One of the things I like about saying about the soul is that the soul has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't need. Which means we're all equipped to take the journey we're on. We have the tools, we have the capabilities, we have the gifts, talents, abilities, we have the skills, or we have the way of finding what we need to know, or a way of growing in the way we need to grow in order to master whatever it is we came here to do. So it's all in us. It's in that divine soul blueprint. And it's in that connection between the human, the soul, and the divine. And we all belong there. Where's some other hot topics about the Akashic Records? The guides may not have the answer to a question like, when is my true love going to show up in my life? I've been asking for this forever, but they will. They might tell you, you clean your garage and there'll be space for them. It's a funny thing, because then you can have attention on something else. And in my experience, I'm a pretty well trained channel. I was taught by Sanea Roman and Dwayne Packer. I'm probably dating myself by mentioning their names. They wrote that book called Opening the Channel way back in like the late 70s or early 80s. Is that not this group? Don't know. Okay, great. It's still in print and it's still a good book if you want to learn how to channel. That's how I learned. And they were my teachers for up till they died a couple of years ago. And they taught a class called Awakening Your Light Body. And that was all about exploring consciousness and sensing energy and working with it and riding it. And what is the energy doing, and where does that take you by noticing and paying attention? So I have a lot of attention on that aspect. And as you learn to work in your Akashic Records, you will probably gain additional information and skills in that way too. I'm teaching a class called Living as Your Soul, and it's based on chapter 15 called Living as Your Soul. And there are lots of questions in that particular chapter. Most chapters, the way the book's laid out, chapter 2 teaches you how to open your records. And after that, you open your records and read subsequent chapters, and then you answer some questions at the end of the chapter, and then you close your records. Closing your records is an important thing, and I must say I forget to do that on occasion. And but it's a really important thing. You don't want to leave them open, because you want to know when you're in and when you're not in, right? You want to know whether you're in the right place. Is there a change in the energy? Are the thoughts coming through a little different than what your normal mind would dish up? Are the pictures different? Are you being encouraged to explore this? Your consciousness shifts when you read the opening prayer and go open your records. And you want to be able to close those up at the end of your Akashic record session. But at the end of each chapter, there are questions. And you want to answer those when your records are open, because your mind is far more clear and the messages are coming through. And it literally, what you write down teaches you what you learned.
Is that Socratic method?
I don't, maybe so, but I'm not familiar with the Socratic method, which
we can talk about later.
it must involve Socrates, right? Did he write?
Yeah, same idea.
Did they have written language?
No, they were both the same. Socratic is where you ask a question, but you're guiding the things along as you teach.
That happens a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's how the guides end up working, in my experience. I didn't know that term. I'm gonna put that in my back pocket. Sounds really educated. So anyway, so you go along, and chapter 15 has like 23 questions. Basically, the format is living as my soul. How would my soul react to, pick a chargey topic. Oh, my weight. Okay. How, living as my soul, how would my soul react to comparison? Living as my soul, how would my soul respond to competition? Living as my soul, how would my soul perceive money? How would my soul perceive abundance? It's different, because the soul basically has all the skill sets and the qualities of the divine, but just a smaller package, And the soul is always evolving. And so as my soul evolves, the personality evolves. And as my personality evolves, my soul evolves. So we're sort of in this together. So we might as well be in cooperation with one another and head in the same direction as a unit, right? So that we're not in argument with each other or in conflict with each other. So living as your soul writing workshop is lots of questions like that. And I'm coming up with more all the time. I ask the guides, wait a minute, is there a living as your soul question that I should write down about this, and there usually is. There's always more with the guides. So let's see. What else do you need to know about the Akashic records? It's a vast resource, and you can ask anything. If you wanted to ask about stocks and bonds, or you want to ask what's wrong with your pet, you can know that. If you want to, I have a specialty. I do a lot of real estate readings, like, oh, you want to move from New Mexico to Petaluma. Okay, give me some addresses of places that you're thinking about moving into, and I will do a reading on them and tell you what the energy of this house is, what the energy of the land is, what's in the Akashic records of this property. Everything has an Akashic record. Boats, planes, motorcycles, apartments, offices. You can open the records of your department at a corporation. You can open the records of, you can't open the records of dead people, because they're not here to give you permission. And believe me, I tried. And I got a very toothy growl, and it was clearly a get out of there. Okay, never mind. I will obey the rules. Which not my specialty in life. Following directions and rules. I've had to come to peace with those in difficult ways. So you can open the records of a national monument. You can open the records of the Colorado River. You could open the records of the Adriatic Sea if you want to. I mean, you could open the records of a star number A272. Like, I don't know what that star is, but have you seen those maps that they number them, and they're just like 872. Exactly. There's like no identifying information in that name at all. But you can really use the Akashic records for a lot of things. You can go in and open your own records, and from that consciousness, with your records open, you can say, okay, why are the cells in my organ, blah, 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 whatever organ, why are they giving me trouble? What do they need? What's the message here? How can I support this part of my body? If you want, you can get really microscopic and really use the records to be of information and usefulness to you in a lot of ways. So let's see. Akashic records and soul consciousness. Why bother with soul consciousness? Now, isn't this kind of the key question? I bother with soul consciousness because I want to know from where I come. What are my origins? It's not that I was born in Corvallis, Oregon. That was a place that my parents went through as, during that period of time. My dad was going to school at the university in Corvallis, Oregon. So that didn't really have a lot to do with my origins. But my soul, who the divine designed me to be, or who the divine designed you to be, now that is interesting, don't you think? And you can open your records and have a conversation. In my world, you can talk to the divine, right? Like the divine's on your side, right? And one of the things they've really made clear in this book going on channeling is like, the game is rigged for you to win. It may not look like it from here, but really from my perspective, it is rigged for you to win, for you to become the best version of you, the person that you feel most in love and comfortable with and were born to be. It's just how it is, right? And so why not engage with the divine? Why did you give me a brother like that? Or why did you give me a sister like that? Well, you asked me to have a lifetime again with that sister because she's fun. All that stuff. Why bother with soul consciousness? How about you guys? Why would you bother learning about your soul?
An idea of what your path is. Get
Pardon me?
an idea of what your path might be.
Exactly. An idea of what your path might be. Exactly. Instead of bumbling around kind of blindfolded and wondering, is this hall going left or right? Or am I going in a circle? It's really like, how can I do this? Eyes open, learn the most, and take purposeful actions, right?
Yeah.
My guides are always talking about there are times when I sit down and I'm going to write a flyer for a class. I'm going to do this. This is Annie's self-will speaking. I'm not in alignment with divine will, and divine will may be, it's time for you to go for a walk in the woods, put down everything, close the laptop, get out of the house, see some sunshine, breathe, but I'm going to write this flyer. Well, the words aren't there. And my guides say, the energy's not ripe. It's not ripe enough to take action. I will be banging my head against the wall. I will be forcing an issue that ain't ready. I'll get nowhere. And so I have to close the laptop and go for a walk or go water the plants or go pull some weeds, and change gears and let the energy do its thing. I'll be notified, I'm sure. When the words start coming, and it will start coming, the words start coming. They're there.
Hold that thought. So I have to go back in and type.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me just record a little word. There was a good wording in that, right. Exactly. Yes.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I had worked with a lady that did my Akashic reading.
Uh-huh.
And I guess one of the things that surprised me during the reading, she goes, well, do you want me to talk about your past soul lives here on Earth or on another planet? And I was like, what? And what? So I know what she told me, and I, don't want to express what I heard, I'd like to hear your opinion on and your thoughts around that.
Well, Annie's opinion is not very open-minded and constructive, but from an Akashic point of view, from a soul point of view, apparently that was really important information for you to receive at that time in your life because it shifted your path, right?
You were immersion. Well, what I found really interesting, like she said that I was an Atlantean.
Uh-huh.
And I was part of that was one of my soul lives was, the original Atlanteans, that I was very much into crystals. And I have been very, very drawn to crystals. I know a lot about crystals and I work a lot with them. And so like when she started telling me about what my soul's experiences were, it kind of like clicked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she was talking about every soul. And I liked your part where you were talking about in between your lives and your body that you enter, your soul, where it's learning and where it is. And so our soul isn't necessarily always physically within body.
Yep.
So that soul could be on another planet. That soul could be learning or doing some other kind of journey.
Yep.
And what I just find interesting is like, obviously, like, okay, human lifespan, they say 68 years is average, lifespan.
Jeez,
but that's
I'm getting awful close.
That's true.
And a few more things I gotta get done. But I'll be back in a while.
68 years seems like a long time.
It used to.
Well, yeah, or even if you're 75, I mean, it seems like a long time, but in the essence of your soul and your whole Akashic record, it's a blink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's no time in the Akashic records. So it's all now. It's all oneness. It's all, should I do this? Oh, if you like. Is there any problem with me doing that? Well, it might not go over well with your boyfriend. Oh, right. That could be, yeah. This is my timer telling me to make sure I ask you questions and start getting ready for the wrap up. Anyway,
so you, I guess I'm asking your thought through your channeling.
I have had done a lot of readings where people had important experiences that weren't involved with a body on planet Earth. And the reason that they had those lifetime experiences and how it's being useful in this lifetime. Because usually what is brought up in an Akashic Records reading is, how is this going to help the person, right? I mean, it's fun to go past life TV searching, it's always entertaining, but what's going to make a difference? What information is going to make your life easier or move you in the direction that your soul really wants you to grow, or help you have experiences that are more in alignment with your soul's purposes in this lifetime, or what experiences do you need to learn about that will help you clean up the relationship with your so-and-so who you like to take off the planet, what do you do with the anger or like that? How do you deal with that? And there's a different perspective from a soul's point of view. Like, how is that helpful? I used to have multiple sclerosis. I used to be disabled with it, and I'm not anymore. And it took me out for a good 10 years where my life was very small. I wasn't really channeling a lot. I wasn't doing a lot of readings. I was just very focused on physical health. I felt like I was waiting, just like 10 years of waiting. And then finally, through a combination of things, Western meds, Tibetan herbs, and a special diet, reading really, really spiritual books, like the kind that you have to read 2 lines and you go, wait a minute, I got to read those again. Wait a minute, I got to read that again. Because my mind is like, it gets it and slides away, right? Because it's very spiritual information. Well, that kind of reading helped heal me. It was very painstaking, and I was having trouble with my vision, so I could read the top line in a paragraph, but I couldn't get my eyes to go wrap around, get the second line in a paragraph. So I'd read the top line of a paragraph about 4 or 5 times, and then I'd finally muscle my eyes down to the second line, and I was like, what was the premise? The top line, you know, I'd have to read it. And it was very slow reading, but it got in and it worked on me. It worked on me energetically and on my mind. And it really opened up that whole idea that the divine is within. It's not out here. It's not, you know, up there. The divine is right here in us. So, okay. I'm trying to make sure I stay on topic. Does anybody else have a question? Yes, yes.
Does everyone have permission to access their own Akashic records? Like, are there any universal laws that we need to follow?
No, everybody is eligible to open their Akashic records. Usually it's determined by whether you really are interested. If you're interested, great. It's for you. If you're not interested, you're gonna go do something different.
And should it be part of one's soul's plan that they get to access their own Akashic records?
I think it's part of some soul's plan to really dive in and dig it and want to eat it live. Yes. Other people, not so much. It might be a little phase they go through, right? It might be a skill set that they gather, but it's not like going to be their specialty. With me, it's like, these are going to be with you this is a way of getting my soul's purposes out in the world in a very precise way. And so, but no, you don't have to have a permission slip from anybody but yourself. You can write your own permission slip. Yes.
This is so amazing. I just love hearing all of this. And my quick question is, can we quantum jump into our own Akasha record and bring back embody a skill that we want this lifetime?
I think that is a possibility, especially for somebody with your mindset and your background. And this is like I would never say that's what I do, but you, who you are, I think it's completely possible. And what I find is that the ritual of opening the records with a prayer, using your legal name, because that's how the records are organized, not your legal name at birth if you're now married or you decide to change your name. I know a lot of people who decide to change their name, but whatever's on your driver's license or your passport, that's your legal name, right? The ritual of the prayer changes the energy, and it's really good for me to be present to that ritual and how it changes me and my energy and my thinking and what shows up. And when I'm reading for other people, when I'm doing the prayer for one of you, there's a lot of information that shows up in there. Sometimes it's like 15 minutes worth of information. Sometimes it's just like a couple of quick things. But, you know, when we said your masters, teachers, and loved ones, well, this happened and your energy went this and this, and did you feel that? And there will be a lot of information in that process.
So when you say you, meaning you picked up energetically?
Yeah. When you said you asked your question, can you just quantum jump into your records? And yeah. I mean, I get the sense that you have some practice in this.
Yeah, I have certain things in mind, and that's what
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't have that practice, but I can tell from you,
yes,
you could probably do it.
Yes.
And I would teach you the method just so you have it in your back pocket in case you needed it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I've done some telekinesis, haven't done teleportation, but I've done other things.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be fun, but it has to be more grounded skill that I'm more. Going back to the Akasha record.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody would have called me grounded in my earlier life, but I've had to make peace with gravity.
Got it.
Yes. That was a good question. Anybody else? There are no dumb questions. They're all worth it. You're probably asking the question that's on somebody else's mind. Yes.
It's not directly related to Akashic records, but channeling.
Uh-huh.
Can everybody channel, or should it be part of the soul plan as well?
You do not have to be a channel to open the Akashic records. You don't have to be psychic. You don't have to have any of that.
Any frequency that we need to be.
Yeah. the prayer will change your frequency to the level that you need to be in your Akashic records and find what you need to know.
So this book would give that access, right?
Chapter 2 is all about how to open your Akashic records. And then after that, it's like topics, loving your fear, how the soul is constructed, your spiritual heart. There's 40 chapters in here. It's not a lightweight little ebook. This is a tome, teaching manual. And so it's fun. And there's all these bolded sections. They're like, oh, this is so, I need to just read this today. I open it pretty much every day and I go, what do I need to know? And I read something that's really worth it to me. And I don't remember writing this. I'm like going for the ride.
You're the instrument.
Yes. I mean, I was awake and aware and I had to edit it and stuff like that, but you don't have to get your PhD before you can open your Akashic records. You right now could learn to open your records right as you are. Yeah.
Be interesting.
Yes.
Deep dive into that.
And
probably can fix certain things, right? Like, say, for example, I want to fix my eyesight because it comes from a past life memory or something that happened in the past life.
Good.
So those kind of things could be fixed.
And you want to phrase the questions in like a what, why, or how. Like, what is the purpose of my difficulty with eyesight? How is that helping me, right? 2, why did I choose this as a teaching method or a method to teach me something, right? 3, how can I heal it? Is healing my eyesight important to my soul evolution and my personal evolution?
Or learning a lesson.
Pardon me?
Or learning a lesson out of that experience.
Yes, exactly. And does it need to be the rest of my life? Like nobody thought I was going to get well from MS. I had to be taught to walk again. This arm was useless for a while. My vision was like, I couldn't drive. I'd have to call people. Could you give me a ride on Tuesday? Oh, we can't do it Tuesday. What are you doing Thursday? I had to get a lot of help. I had to ask for help all the time. Do you know how good that was for me? Oh, I'm like, do it yourself, right? My dad built the house we grew up in. We would get together and we would bond over him doing an oil change on my car. I'd hand him tools, like do a bunch of do-it-yourselfers. And I can't do it myself. Oh, big change. Learning to receive. Yes.
Humbling.
The other question is, how can I love myself even though my eyes are having this problem? How can I love myself unconditionally? Yeah. Do you feel that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Is our higher self the same as the soul, or what's the difference? What's percentage of this part of this creator?
Well, that's a debate, and I haven't got that one straight because I think they're loaded terms.
That is.
They're chargy terms. Like, I think when I first got going in all this ooey gooey stuff, like my first therapist was a psychic therapist. I was like 18 years old, right? And this is in Marin County. It was like, just seemed perfectly natural to go to a therapist and she's a psychic, right? Of course. And, but, she used the term higher self a lot. And then over the years, it's been more the term that I've become very comfortable with. And I feel that I have at least a little bit of recognition and knowledge about is the soul. So I really think it might be, for me, that's like inculcation. Like, how was this information delivered to me and how did I process it and what stuck? So I don't think I'm in a position to say what it should be for somebody else. I could share my own experience. Yeah. Right. And, what I say could be like, she is full, like it could be something you just can't agree with. Fine. I encourage you to think for yourself. Isn't this journey about that? Developing a thought, like, I could think for myself about this. You know, how many times are we taught to like go find the answer with somebody else? Well, maybe I could find the answer inside, in my Akashic records, or by talking to the divine within. Never know what these talks are going to tell you about people and about. Oh dear! Now the watch is not reading what time. Does anybody know what time it is?
1:53.
Oh, okay. Well, I should probably get towards it. I can take a couple more questions. Yes.
So when we access our Akashic records, how does it come through with information? Is it like, do you hear it? Do you see it?
This is the exact question I should not leave this talk without covering. Thank you very much. If you couldn't hear it on this live stream, she was saying, how does the information come through? Do you hear it? Do you see it? Do you feel it? What? Yes and yes and yes. And it depends on how you receive information best. And you might start by receiving information like, you got 3 words. Great. Just write them down. Like, how do those 3 words feel when you're writing them down? And did those 3 words like have energy? Did it make life land? Did it make you lighter, less congested or constrained, right? You know, what did those 3 words mean to you? And you want to unpack that. You know, a lot of these simple answers are really like, they're worth unpacking. They're like, oh my God, I could dive into this and have lunch. You know, it's spiritual food. So my teacher would say, you know, 5% hear things, other 5% see it visually. Other people, you know, the other, 90% have a sense of knowing. Well, I challenge you to really believe yourself and go with your sense of knowing, no matter what, because it really does count. I got the 5-minute mark. Check. Gotcha, boss. Thank you.
Fun energy. It always is when Andy's here.
So, in my experience, I see past lives like movies, or I'll get a snapshot and I start describing the snapshot if it's your past life, and I'll describe it to you, and it'll just sort of unfold, and there will be more information. I often teach people there are several past life exercises in this book. You can learn to do it yourself. It's like really looking, what am I seeing? I'm seeing a man or a woman. What age are they? What's their social status? How can you tell? Oh, they have like raggedy clothes. What kind of, are they inside or are they outside? Oh, they live outside. Oh, okay. Why? You sort of unpack that image, and there's a lot of information. What is the emotional quality that's being projected in this image that you're receiving, or this little snapshot? There's a lot of information in there, and you just get to go on the trust walk and believe yourself.
I agree with you. I think, there's just that sense, like, I'll say things, how do you know that? I don't know. I just know it. I just know. Yeah. Well, how do you know? I don't know how I know. I just know, and I think it's trusting the knowing.
Yes. Or listening to.
Well, but we can listen to it. We can hear it. And we're like, what?
Like, is that me or is that?
When you really know something, you really know something. It's like, there's no answer or explanation as to why you know it.
Yep. And for me, channeling is like that. The words that the guides use, or doing opening somebody's records, and I will often say, well, they're really stressing this word or this phrase, so this is like, this has substance, and that kind of gives me that sense of knowing, right? This is the right word to use. And there is parts of this book like where they're using like words like electronics, like transducer, transmitter, transceiver, transponder. And I'm like, I do not know what the distinction is between all these trans whatever. But I just keep typing it. And then later I close my records and I go and look up the words. And it's like, that is so spot on. And it's very precise, you know? So you listen for these things that seem to have punch or weight or significance, right? You know.
Yeah, I had it. So I had this kind of like rash that I'd worn. I'd exercise. I wore one of those belts that make you sweat. And I had this like, I'm like, maybe it was that sweat belt. And I hear shingles.
Oh, ow.
About an hour later, I hear shingles. Like shingles. And like you had talked to me about a shingle shot one time. I think that's the only thing I'd ever heard. I'm like, shingles. What the heck? So I go on, Google it, shingles, boom. I'm like, it's a picture. I'm like, oh, I have shingles.
Yep.
But you know, it's like I heard it, but you know, like, but it wasn't like on the radio somebody said shingles. You know, there's no voice. It's just a weird thing you hear in your head and you just know.
Radio. Like I've met and swapped readings with like a woman who she doesn't tell you, she doesn't talk. She writes it out and sends it to you as an email. Like it comes out that way. It's like it has to come through her typing. And like, okay, that's her method. That's how she does it. She gets good information. It was fairly short and to the point, unlike your speaker. But you know, it was her method. And you can develop skills along the way. You might start with, you hear a particular word, then that's it. You might, and by after that, you start getting like, oh, well, when I thought that when I got a twinge in my neck, I was just having, my body's doing a twinge in the neck thing, right? Then my guides were saying, ask them about their neck. And I would say, you know, I just got a twinge in my neck. Do you have a problem with your neck right about here? You know, they're nodding. And so I started learning, oh, does that mean something to you? You know? So anyway, I want you to buy my book. I will sign them and put in on them the magic sticker. Oh, did the Debbie's go? These are fabulous autograph copy stickers, so they'll be worth more on Antiques Roadshow when your kids inherit them. Yeah. I'll take the rest of them back when you're done. And I want to sign them for you because I'm here. And doesn't that seem like a good idea? Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you have a book? Yeah. All of that. Anyway, so I have to close now. And thank you so much for having a reading with me. Come out to my booth. I have a couple open slots between now and when the show closes. And I would love to do an Akashic Records reading for you, or just a simple psychic reading. They're not always that simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to everybody who is live with us today on day 2 of the SoulSearch Dublin Expo. And welcome to everybody who is live streaming. Can we all give a hello to everyone live streaming? Hello. It's amazing. Feel the energy. No such thing as time or space. We are all together in this safe and sacred container. And we're so happy and grateful, and we feel so blessed to have you all here from all over the world. Well, without further ado, I'm going to jump right into introducing our next speakers, modern mystics, teachers, healers, visionaries, and channelers. Renee and Anthony are the voices behind Blue Soul Earth, which is focused on igniting global consciousness and bridging the world of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, memberships, and programs focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and our human existence. Today, I'm going to just jump right in and bring them to you. You're in for a blessed and powerful experience as they share their channeling gifts with you today. So without further ado, let's welcome my wonderful friends, Renee and Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are always happy to be at a Soul Search event, and we're doing more and more of them. So we're starting to get to know some of the same faces over and over again, which is kind of exciting. So normally when we do a talk, for those of you who have come to our talks before, normally it's Renee and Anthony who start off the talk, and then Anthony goes into an expanded state of awareness. And I did not realize until 5 minutes ago that he was going to be coming to the talk in a channeled state, in an expanded state of awareness. So our guides that we work with are already here.
We are always here.
Is anyone new to channeling? A few people. Okay. Okay. So normally when Anthony is Anthony, I mean, Anthony's always Anthony, although not really. He goes into an expanded state of awareness and changes and shifts in consciousness, and that's what you're seeing now. The guides that we channel, which largely make up the Ascended Masters, Yeshua and Mary Magdalene, who have been our guides, predominantly our guides for the last, I would say, 5 years. And before that, let's just say we channeled everything on the planet and beyond.
You call us Ascended Masters, we don't.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
So anyway, for the newbies who are new to channeling, what did we call this title again today? Was it masculine and feminine energy? I know we change it around all the time. So is it masculine and feminine energy? Just trying to get a sense of what you are here to hear. Perfect. Okay, great. So,
She will come.
Divine feminine in each. Divine feminine.
Divine feminine.
Yes, guys, I think you should bring through Yeshua, and then we'll go straight into Magdalene.
Let's talk a little bit first.
Okay.
Let's talk. Who are we really? Are we something supernatural? Are we extraterrestrials? Are we gods and goddesses? Are we? No.
You're going to have to speak up because we don't have microphones.
Ah, yes. We are not gods and goddesses. We are not extraterrestrials. We are not what you call ascended masters.
Although,
if you choose to call us that.
Although the answer to that question, and for those of you who have read the book, a couple of you have read our book that just came out, and we are going to read something from it when Magdalene comes through, but the answer would be yes and no. So they are ascended masters and they are not.
Okay, we will tell you who we are. We are you. And that is it. We were once human beings as you are now, having an experience, a perception of being human. But now we are spirit as you are. You are spirit. You are all spirit. But most importantly, you are divine. Wow. What does that mean? What does it mean to be divine? One with what? One with source. Good. We'll speak about source. You. What is source? What do you think it is?
The undivided.
So you can see.
Undivided one. Good. And you, sir, what is source for you? Everything. Very good. Everything. You. What is source for you?
Everything and nothing.
Everything and nothing. Good. We're getting close to it. And for you, what is source?
Source is everything divine.
Everything divine. Okay, good. You're on the right track.
Yeah.
Now, is source separate from us? No, it's not. If source is not separate from us, is source God?
Sure.
Who says that source is God?
Sure.
Don't be afraid to raise your hand. Is source God? You say it is. Good. Does anyone else say that source is God? It can be. But we say that we are source. Are we not?
And you are source.
We're getting there, aren't we? So if we are source, are we God? Ah, yes. We are God. There is no difference. Can you say that you are God?
Yeah.
Good. Remember that. And what?
An extension of it.
No, there is no extension. Don't separate yourself from it. Know thyself, know thy God.
Know thyself, know thy goddess.
You can say that.
Yes, I can.
That's why there is a balance here, isn't there?
There is.
The yin and the yang. Are you God? You. We are looking at you.
Don't scare her.
We are here to get you out of your box.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem very sure, but that's okay.
Thank you.
We can be frightening at times, but that's okay. It's to get you out of your box and to think in a different way. Are you God? Say it again.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I'm God. God
Good.
is within me.
God is within me. But are you God?
Yes.
Good. Remember that. You're going to need it. The more you open up, the more you become who you truly are in this lifetime, you will need to know that you too are God and that you too are divine. And there is no separateness between you, us, and the universe.
And by the way, that is really the same teachings as much that comes out of the East, right? So Buddhism and other ancient Eastern texts, the Vedas and the Upanishads or whatever, would talk about, right, our suffering is just this perception that we have of separation.
But we must realize that we are not separate, but we are itself the consciousness, divine of Source. Consciousness human, along with all consciousness within the universe itself. That is what we all are together.
We are the subatomical particles. We are the stardust. We are everything.
Stardust.
Yes.
Yes, you could call it that. Even if you do not believe in Source or anything outside of yourself, know that you are stardust, star seeds, and that every day, every moment in time, if there is nothing beyond this, then take every day as special and unique. If that is your belief system, that too is okay. But know that there is nothing but love. Love is the glue that holds us together, the universe itself.
It's the energy that holds us together, right? The energy of love.
Perfect in every way. It doesn't matter what your path is. Because you are Source, because you are God, you are divine. Every action, and this is for all of you, that occurs on this planet, if you can go there and see the divinity in all things, all thoughts, all actions as divine, can you go there? Can you practice that?
The chaos, the violence, the death, the tragedies in our lives, all of it.
It is a practice, soul, of remembering who you are again in this lifetime. That is why you are here. We are here just to remind you of how beautiful you are to us. Okay, that is our spiel, our talk for today. Let's allow the divine feminine now to speak.
Yeah, let's have Magdalene come through.
She's very similar to us.
Not really. I argue with them all the time.
You do. That is what we do.
And if I really want someone to listen to me when things are going awry, I ask Magdalene to come through because she really understands the divine feminine And well,
when your spirit beings come to you, in truth, it is you.
Your higher self connecting to everything.
It is the soul self coming to you.
The multidimensional soul coming to you.
Then you can connect to whatever you choose, and anything can come through you and to you. Don't be afraid. Divinity is not afraid. You are divinity. Good. Miriam comes now.
All right. She's waiting in the wings, so to speak.
She is different than we are, but the same.
And her name was on the title of the talk.
We know. 1 second, please. 1 second, please.
So there's a shift in energy when he brings forth different energies, and think of it as a frequency change, right? We're all frequencies, really, and we're connecting to the frequency, really, that is Miriam of Magdal, which is more than one energy.
I am Miriam. It is good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good. It is good to see all of you again. I am Miriam of Magdal, Miriam of Magdal, if you want to say it correctly. But Miriam is good. Magdalene is good. Can I move around?
If you'd like.
That is what I do. I like to move. All of the women here.
Yay.
Men, clap for your women.
I know. But there's 3 brave men who showed up today. So we thank you for being brave enough to show up.
Now, there is something going on this planet. We call it the feminine
is rising.
Rising. The divine goddess is rising again, and I will work through you. Even though I didn't come, I will work through you. You're an interesting being. All of you. All of the women here, I will work
with you and through you.
With you and through you. And I like the roses on your head.
In whatever way you
beautiful.
Choose to work with her.
Know that. Know how beautiful you are. I am here to tell you that. Do you understand me, soul? Good. I am Miriam of Magdal. You are beautiful in every way. There we go. Now I feel it. There's your soul. There's your heart. Be surrounded with women, soul.
Who support you.
Who support you. Be with women who support you. And don't be afraid.
And don't be in communities that don't support you. Right? That's really the key, especially with everything that's going on right now. We need to be around people that are going to support who we are.
We've been in communities enough, haven't we, of men who didn't support us. Men who said that we weren't good enough. Men who divided us. Do not divide yourselves, ladies, anymore. Work together. There is enough division amongst us. All colors of hair and skin and eyes, different sizes and shapes, come together again. Let the divine feminine rise in all of us. And men, support your women. They're going to need it. And we need men to understand this as well. We can't do this alone. That is why we have yin and yang, don't we?
And that is why, by the way, that Magdalene is choosing, because Anthony's a full embodied channel, right? And so that is why she is choosing to come through him in a full embodied way. And it's a way to say to men or the masculine, right? Don't be afraid of the feminine.
You've asked me before, why do I come through Anthony as a man? He is a man Why do I come through
And
him?
there are some women who refuse to believe that Magdalene would even come through a man. But I think it's a demonstration to men that you can surrender into the divine feminine.
Yes.
Yeah.
I come through a man because I can. Do you understand? Because I am woman. I am divine. I am the creatrix, the giver of life, the divine aspect of God.
The Sophia, the Shekinah, right? This is the feminine face of God, Godde.
And that's who you are, all of you. You are the divine feminine and the divine masculine coming together as one. Two become one. Then you will know yourself. But we must rise the feminine in order to get there, so that the divine feminine can equal that of man and go beyond. I want it to go beyond.
Of course you do.
We need it to come together in balance.
And truly, right, and we've given talks in the past about the balance of masculine and feminine coming together as one, when truly the deeper teachings that we go into in the book and beyond are really that there is no masculine, there is no feminine, there just is.
There only is.
Yeah. And so once we realize that, that's when we realize our pure divinity.
Do you shake your head, yes, 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 or are you going through a Kundalini awakening?
Absolutely.
Good. There is. I am that which I am. We are that which we are. We are woman. That is who we are. And nothing, no one will stop us now. What's happening here happens everywhere. Isn't that so, Gaia?
So it's interesting. So you finished the book, right? So we, at the end of the book, it's 22 chapters, which is what I wanted. And it seemed like the book was finished and there were only 20 chapters. So my editor asked me, well, why did Magdalene never mention anything about the prostitution thing that came up in the Bible and whatever, and it wasn't raised at all in her life journey? So we went back and brought...
Should we mention it?
Well, we brought you through, and that became our chapter 1. It's a very short chapter, but it's a monologue of her talking about, your early days. And then, all right, we still only have 21 chapters, and it ended with Yeshua. And I thought, we're not ending the book with Yeshua when it's a book about Magdalene's life. It's got to end with Magdalene. So then we came through and we wanted to bring Magdalene through again to finish the book, but guess who came through at the end instead?
Mother Mary?
God.
God. Consciousness.
Source. Yeah, and the last title of the last chapter is I Am Who I Am. In other words, I am that which I am. And so that was the deepest teachings at the very end to really bring everything full circle, is that there's no masculine, there's no feminine, there just is. There's no separation. We are God, you are God, everything is God. And I am who I am was the final teaching to say that we are just who we are, right? We're divine in every moment and we are God.
Now, let's get back to the prostitution. Let's set the record straight.
Okay. You did mention it in chapter 1, although it was brief.
Chapter 1. Okay, let's set the record straight. Let's just say this, ladies. I did what I had to do to survive.
And it was, at least you say in the book,
I'm not done.
Only about 6 months.
Yes, it didn't last long.
Yeah.
But no one gave me any support. Yeah. No one gave me money. No one gives you anything 2,000 years ago. As women, we were nothing more than cattle to be married off to men. Yeah. Capital, as you will. That is it. So I did what I needed to do, and I moved on, didn't I? But you know what I found was love. love everywhere.
And you also said that you wouldn't have been able to follow Yeshua's teachings because your father saw him as a rebel.
Yes, he did. A hippie, as you call them.
Mm-hmm.
Drama. Trauma. There was a lot of it 2,000 years ago. Much more than there is now. Ladies, don't hang on to it. Yeah. Let it go. It doesn't serve you. Let it go. As I did. I am an example.
Right.
For all of you.
Whether it's trauma in this lifetime or trauma that you believe that you're carrying from the past lives, right? And some people call that karma, right? That's a belief system. It's a perception. It's not reality. So there's a really great teaching in the book. Don't get stuck on the karma wheel, because when we get stuck on the karma wheel, we're feeding into the notion that we're not perfect as we are, that we're not divine, that we're not love, that we're not God. And so if you don't give it oxygen, guess what? It's like feeding a troll on a bad Facebook page, right? Where you're just going down this rabbit hole of divisiveness and fear and anger and frustration. Just don't feed the troll, right? And so don't feed the trauma, don't feed the drama. And there's no oxygen for it to exist anymore. And then it just dissipates into the ethers. And all that's left is consciousness, love. Right?
Are there any questions for me?
Yes, you had a question? No. Oh.
Anything from the peanut gallery? Any suggestions?
Now, I was going to read something from the book and then maybe have you comment on it. Would you like to do that?
I like your boots.
All right, I'm going to take charge.
Yes.
So I thought we would do something. I mean, I just literally pulled open a part of the book. And this has to do with quantum realities and the quantum soul. So this is Miriam having a discussion with Rochelle, the main character. So the book is really our story baked into their story. So Rochelle and Angelo are the main characters. And, in this circle, we can talk about the channeling. If I'm on some podcast where it's mainstream, we don't really talk about that. We just talk about the teachings. So Rochelle's asking Miriam, did Yeshua really raise Lazarus from the dead? Because, on our journey, there's just been a lot of this couldn't be, or how is this scientifically possible? So they're talking about that process and
yes.
You're explaining it. So you're saying you're sitting here typing and listening to a multidimensional being dictating a story to you from over 2,000 years ago. You have a vision and memory of it. However, a sense of what is real is only a perception of consciousness.
Now, 1 second.
Yeah. Wait, let me finish this next one because it's related and it's beautiful. The whole idea of a universe is nothing more than consciousness in action, creating and recreating itself endlessly.
Did I say that?
You did. That was good.
I'm quite a poet, aren't I?
That was really good, actually.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that was good. Even the scientists who reviewed our book liked that one.
Good. Consciousness, that is what we are, all of us. We are constantly rebirthing ourselves, recreating ourselves again and again and again.
And what's beautiful, this is the whole beautiful thing about why we stay here and do this work and keep doing it, because it's not been an easy journey for us. I won't lie to you. We keep showing up again and again because what we're starting to see, at least in our work, is philosophy, cosmology, quantum physics, spirituality all coming together. That's actually what's really happening here. And so the teachings that you imparted and Yeshua imparted, and even Lazarus, who showed up and we didn't expect to show up, imparted, is that it's really the same thing. using different language to get there.
Should we speak about perceptions of reality?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then maybe I'll bring something else in here.
Perceptions of reality. This is real, or is it? That is the question, isn't it? Real or not real? It feels real. It sounds real. But is it real? In truth, it is consciousness. It is a perception of consciousness.
So does that
Perceptions
mean,
of all of us.
does that mean that pain is a perception?
If I pinch you, does it hurt?
Yes.
Yes. It is an experience of a collective consciousness that we are experiencing together. We, and I say this to women especially, we can make up our own perceptions
of reality.
We are manifestors, and that goes for men as well, of our own perception of reality, if we choose.
We could create because we're creating and recreating in every single moment. We're co-creators. And that's why the power of community is so important and a fundamental teaching to any esoteric speech, spiritual teacher that you speak to. They talk about the importance of community because it's our collective consciousness that's creating a reality as well.
Yes, it is.
Including the one that we're creating here in the United States at this time.
We won't speak about that.
We won't speak about
but
that.
Even that
is a creation.
A creation of one's reality.
So then this is in the Quantum Miracles chapter. So it's further on in the book, and you are led to this so you don't get thrown into quantum teachings very early on. You have some time to really get into it. But then you had said, I am who I am and have come through many. I am Sophia, or rather some might call me the Sophia, which is the feminine portion or face of God. Some refer to it as wisdom. And then you said, I just manifest myself in multiple forms through people. But how I show up in those who act in the name of love to teach in unique ways. For some it is through art, others through music, and for others through books or simply healing. So when Magdalene was looking at you or earlier and saying, to all of you, if you want, I'll work through you. It's you choose the way. Is it through your art? Is it through dance? Is it through expression? I mean, this is a full embodied way, but it doesn't have to be that way. It can be any way that you choose to express yourself.
That is true. And how do I express myself through you?
Through my fingers.
Through your fingers. Because Anthony can't do this, can he?
Through the jewelry that I make.
Through the jewelry.
Yeah.
And through all of the things that you create that he cannot do. So I will use the greatest ability
that you have.
Yeah. And I will amplify it. And I will come with you, through you, to you, above, below, to the right, to the left. That's where I will be with you. And I will hold you. I will carry you, if you allow me. But I will work together. Together we will work. Do not be afraid. And we will rise the feminine again, sister, together, not separate.
She's really looking at you. You must have a connection there.
Perhaps. Good.
So do we want to talk about healing?
Healing.
Since it's something that you and Yeshua did a lot together, you talked about the idea of healing, and maybe you can comment on this. So this is Yeshua speaking in this part. It's a couple pages later, still in the Quantum Miracles chapter. And Yeshua said, I never really healed anyone. I simply made them believe they were healed. So how was this done? You might say I created a perfect match with their frequencies and then invited them to believe they were healed. I had the gift of speaking to a person's soul and creating a perfect frequency match. Even though healing transpired as a result, remember, all healing is a two-way street. All human beings have the ability to speak to other souls. So I'll remind you again, I am not different from you. You see, we are all the same energy, meaning we are all healers, but most people just simply don't believe it.
I believe you call that heart math now, don't you?
Well, we get into that too. Heart
Yes.
math, the heart coherence. So when you're
Heart coherence. What does that mean to
And those of you who
cohere?
are old enough to remember Esther and Jerry Hicks, and I know Esther is still around, that vortex field, you know, the new language for it is the biofield, the quantum field. It's the same thing. That's the space in which healing takes place.
Heal in community. Heal with others. Heal each other. You have the ability to do it by yourselves, but it is stronger in community. And that is what Yeshua and I did together.
It's an amplification.
Yes,
right,
of
energies.
consciousness and healing. And your science is proving that now.
Yeah, Lynn McTaggart's work, The Power of 8, you're probably familiar with that. She chose 8. We have a podcast, by the way, which you should check into because it's free. And we interview her about that. And she simply says, you know, it could have been 9, it could have been 7. There was no magic number in 8, though, you know, it's a powerful number from infinity. But they did all these exercises, and the power of the collective healing in community and group brought about more healing.
Yes, that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Did Jesus, Yeshua, say to Lazarus, you are healed? No, he didn't. It was a soul-to-soul communication.
So when you had a session with Anthony earlier, that's actually what was happening. Your soul, you felt like it was a reading, which was funny because you wrote a reading. I'm like, is that what it was? But really what was happening is your soul was communicating to Anthony what to speak back to you.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. And that's why there's a resonance with it.
So Yeshua said to Lazarus, Lazarus, get up.
Rise.
Rise, get up. Soul-to-soul communication. That's what it is. Consciousness to consciousness. He had that ability to do that. Even now, if you were to see that, you would say that is
impossible or bizarre.
Miraculous.
Or miraculous. But the soul
What is it?
needs to agree to heed the call. So, you know this, right? And Reiki practitioners here or any other healers know that we are the instruments for healing, but we're not responsible for the healing. So we simply meet the frequency match of the person we're working with. And if that soul says, yes, I'm not ready to leave this planet yet, then stage 4 cancer is no longer stage 4 cancer. And in some cases it is. And the person transitions for whatever reason. And that's really how it works. Do you want to add to that?
1 second, please.
Is Yeshua coming through?
Yes.
Yeah.
1 second, please.
Since we've been talking about the J-Man, that's what Anthony calls him, the J-Man. We're reading about your healing from
My healing.
2,000 years ago.
My healing. My way. Only through me will you get to the Father. Not really. It is what I said. That is all they could understand. But you understand much more now. It is not through me that you get to God. It is through you. And you.
And your heart. It's through your heart, not through your mind.
It is through your heart, isn't it? It is through love. And it's always been that way. And it will never change. Know your heart. Know love infinite, and you will know divinity of yourself. Stay in the present moment and don't leave. Love at every second, every moment in time, and enjoy it.
You also said in the book that the real miracle, and I think Miriam echoed this, that you saw the real miracle is not as much healing physical ailments as much as people recognizing their true divinity and their spirit self.
That is true. That is healing. To know yourself as God. That is where we are going, all of us together. Now that is healing. 5,000 years of it. And then some. To know yourself as God and not to be afraid of that.
And to know our power to heal ourselves and to heal others. Does anyone have questions about any of this? Their lives, the healing process? Wow, you're so quiet.
Now you're cold.
Emma. And I have you to warm me, don't I? Do that with others. And balance the divine feminine and masculine. And teach them. And open up your throat chakra.
You need some lapis.
I will walk around just quickly.
Okay.
Just a touch to feel. Again. Don't be afraid. Only love is here. You are only love. And you are divine. And you are beautiful. And you have pretty butterflies on your feet. To touch. That's all it is. I am here. In the flesh, so to speak. Again.
Through everyone. That's another important message to the book. It's not Anthony reincarnating only as Yeshua. That's not what this is. Yeshua says he's coming through all of us, just in different ways. It's the Christ consciousness.
Beautiful smile. Je suis. Yo soy. Te consumo. Yo soy. Which language? Which energy? Have faith. That's all. It is me. I am nothing special. I too was once human. But my energy lives on as yours does. In the form of what you call a soul. But even that. It is you. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Souls. Beautiful. Souls. To behold again on earth as it is in heaven. Abundu Vashvaya, Nekakada Shama, I say to you, it's good to see you. Beautiful necklace, beautiful eyes, beautiful heart, and beautiful soul. You shall always be on that. And you see,
we have a hard time doing anything in 50 minutes. Because Yeshua would spend 2 hours on this before we would even begin, just to get us into a different vibrational state.
give it to others as you have it given to you. Do my part. Please succeed. Do it to others that you wish they happen to do to you. And don't be afraid to open your heart to all. Well done, Gaia. Well done. Pretty flowers. Good.
A lot of attention.
Is this not a miracle? Or is it? Whatever you decide, it is up to you. There is one way, your way. You decide, not my way. Is that another speaker?
Yeah, but she'll let us know. She'll come in when we have to.
That is okay. We all work in our own unique ways. Don't we, Gaia?
We do. So a message for today, or any questions, because questions are really, yeah.
Everybody offers so much into towards the timeline of the energy shift that's going to happen very soon. The solar flares, everybody's talking about solar flares, the solar storms. How do we keep aligned? Everybody be aligned with it.
How do we stay aligned with the shifts that are happening right now?
How do we take those energies?
Speak, Gaia.
Go ahead.
What have I shown to you?
Just simply be of love and be in the present moment, in each and every moment.
And who do you stay with?
Love.
Remember, like frequencies.
Yeah.
Frequent with like frequencies.
It was kind of like what the Ascended Master, our guide, said initially, right? That, be in community with people who support you and who feed your soul and bring you love. And don't be around groups that don't. Because, at the moment, we need to be supporting that message and that truth, love. It really comes down to, does this message, this environment, this society, this Instagram feed, whatever it is it feeding me divisiveness and fear, or is it feeding me love? That's it. How do you feel in your body, when you're plugged into something, when you're reading a book or you're on social media? Is it feeding your heart and feeding your love, or is it feeding you your fear?
Be aware of what is around you.
Yeah.
But don't become a part of it. You understand.
Stay in the frequency of love.
Yes. It's so simple, it's hard, isn't it?
Any other questions? Come on. It's when we get deep, like this is what we do in our community, in our membership. We want the toughest questions to come out because it also makes Yeshua and Magdalene work hard.
In a manner.
Yeah.
Yes.
So somewhere along the line, I heard kind of a scenario where Miriam supported everybody, the men, financially because she could. And I was just curious about that because
I will say this. If it were not for the women, we could not have continued, for they supported us more than your holy books will say. They were the drivers behind us men. Let that be known.
And there was some financial support as well. And
yes, she gave a great deal.
Yeah, in the book.
Her mother did.
Yeah, it doesn't get into the details in the book. By the way, this is one book of many to come, apparently 12. But
like the disciples.
Oh, is that why it's 12?
Perhaps.
I didn't think about that.
Sacred numbers.
Well, anyway, so in the section on the female apostles, which get introduced in the book, by the way, including their names, Miriam does talk about how money got sent to them in Gaul after they left Judea and had come through her mother. So not her father. So it was suggested that her mother found ways to get money to them because her father did not support her path. She would also say, let that be known.
Yes.
I'm really grateful for this transmission, this experience. And I want to hold the space with all of us, for the two of you, Anthony and Renee's work, and for also Joshua and Mary Magdalene. And I just want to hold a space, myself and together, this beautiful space. And may just go out to the world in the most loving, beautiful, awakening way, so the truth will come out through all the churches.
Yeah, hear.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. A good laugh never hurt. Yes. Don't get caught up too much in your religions. We didn't. At least we tried not to. Although we were practicing Jews, we broke many of the laws, as you say. We were your hippies, weren't we? Yes. Your modern day hippies. We were about love and community and source and oneness, as you are today here. But you're not hippies. You're human beings, understanding now who you are in this lifetime. But very good, soul. It is well received.
And by the way, you know how you can all help with that? Giving the book 5-star reviews on Amazon.
That too, if you want.
I know. We had our first kind of Christian comment, and it was obviously negative. But it was only one so far. So, you know. So,
are there any more questions before we step back? Yes.
We know about your first years of life and the last. But what happened in between? Where were you?
Wait for the book.
That's the next book. That is the next book. We've already started it. But the Lost India years, there's some truth in that. We'll just put it that way.
There is.
Yes.
So another thing, I have this idea and that we are like a radio.
Like.
Que ustedes están.
Like a radio.
Yes.
Yeah. So the only thing we have to do is like to find the right frequencies.
There you go.
Do you remember in the book how they're describing it that way? So there's a point. Yes, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Or it's like a light switch, dimming it.
Yeah, it is like a radio. In fact, in the beginning of the book, Rochelle and Angela are trying to figure out how is this happening to what Anthony's going through, right? Well, he's Angelo in the book, but how is this happening? And there's a point where they have this aha moment. It almost feels like a radio signal, and they're trying to get a clearer message. Yeah.
It is time to leave. We are stepping back now.
How much time do we have?
3 minutes.
3
Sorry, I
minutes,
got
okay.
stuck.
That is enough.
Okay, yeah.
Good. Well
So
said.
yeah,
well
but that they're trying to figure that out, and there's a discussion about it, because what's happening in this process of Rochelle and Angelo figuring this out is Magdalene and Yeshua are coming to them every night, but a lot of information is not yet imparted, and they can't figure it out. So one night, Rochelle, after months of this, is like, "Why are you really here?" And then it was like, wow, it's almost like the signal, the frequency was finally strong enough for them to start speaking fluidly, like,
Yes.
this is happening
That's
now.
how it
It took a while. It took a while. In the beginning, it was 2-word utterances or just a couple of sentences. And then one day, after them just trying to fine tune the frequency over time, it was so clear. And that's when she said, "I'm here to tell you my life story." And as it's written in the book, we were talking about it at the booth earlier. I was really like, "What do you mean your story, your life story? Like, why us?" So we really went through that process of like, why is this happening?
Yes, we will.
Oh, actually, that's in this book. That's in this book.
The wedding at Cana. Cana. You understand? Cana. Cana. Yes. La boda de Cana. Yo me casé con Magdalena. Ustedes entienden. Muy bien. Time to step back. I will let Anthony be Anthony.
Yeah, it doesn't go into detail, but it definitely talks about it in the sacred sex and relationship chapter. And then as his partner and his healer.
It is always an honor and privilege to be in the presence and to be received. Be of grace and gratitude. Be of divinity. Be of source. Know thyself, know thy goddess, know thy God. Above all, be of love and share these qualities of being a human being with others and ascend, if you will. I will see you later.
Okay. Are you going to let Anthony come back?
Yes.
Okay.
1 second, please.
So for those of you who haven't, because normally when we do a session like this, Anthony starts off the session and then brings forth the guide. So you'll now meet Anthony at
Dimming
the tail
our
end.
light a bit, that's all.
Dimming the light.
There is no pain.
But that was a great analogy. Yeah, it's a great analogy. Anthony likens it to almost like a Christmas tree in a way, where there's all these lights that are coming in closer to the tree into our auric field. And that's when the collective consciousness can speak, and then dimming the lights and allowing just the one light bulb that is Anthony to shine brighter when they step back. That's kind of how they describe it, or how he describes it. Now, when this first started, he couldn't stand. He had to sit. It was a little Edgar Casey-like. He had to be in the dark. He had to be sitting or lying down. He could never stand and channel like this. So this has been a long process. Are you back?
Mm-hmm.
Is my Italian back? All right. He's back. So anyway, thank you so much. And, we'll be at our booth. We're in the back corner. So we'll be signing books. If you want to grab a book, you can come and we'll sign them. And we're also doing channeled sessions there. The channeled sessions is soul to soul, but Yeshua and Magdalene are usually the guides that will come through. And Magdalene also had us start a jewelry line 4.5 months ago. So we have a jewelry line now. And I see some necklaces in the audience. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is so exciting.
Give yourselves a hand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we hope to talk with more of you, for sure.
Mary was so blingy. I love it.
Not blingy. Not blingy. I know. I
purpose.
finally sold.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray.
Give you a 10-minute?
Yeah, but it's really about what I'm doing.
Got it. Oh, hello, everybody. Hello, live streamers. Hello, everybody live here in our room on the second day of the SoulSearch Dublin Expo. I always love to ask everybody who's live with us to say hello to everybody who's live streaming. So we can,
Yeah.
we have a full house here today, and so we welcome you all wherever you are in the world. Thank you for being with us. You know, you can see the replays of all of our speakers, and for all of you live, you can see the replays of anybody that you missed or anybody you'd like to see again on our YouTube channel at SoulSearch 33. I hope I got that right. I believe I did. And you can see all of our replays there. But without further ado, because she has so many blessings and information and knowledge to share with you, I'm so honored to introduce Lana Martinez-Kelly. Lana is a certified quantum healing hypnosis technique practitioner. She's a sound healer. She's an intuitive channel, an ordained non-denominational minister, an eternal student of the all. She lives and practices in the San Jose area. She seeks the deepest truths and connects the dots to provoke expansion, evolution, empowerment, and the 3E energy healing. Today with Lana, we are going to experience, or you, not me unfortunately, but another time I hope, you are going to experience an amazing group past life regression using Dolores Cannon's QHHT quantum healing hypnosis technique. So I want to give you all the time imaginable. So without further ado, let's welcome Lana.
Thank you so much, everybody. Nice to see all these beautiful faces. Who here knows who Dolores Cannon is? Oh my goodness, so many of you. That's awesome. There's her pretty face there. So I practice quantum healing hypnosis technique, and we're going to have a little experience today. So we are going to do a past life regression. It's a group past life regression. It's basically a guided meditation, but we're going to follow her methodology on this. So Dolores Cannon, for those of you who don't know her, she was a traditional hypnotherapist working primarily with the military. During her sessions in the early years, both she and her husband did the same thing. He was in the military, but he did it on the side. And anyway, they started getting clients that started reporting experiences in the past. Now, this is in the Midwest where, Christianity is prominent, and it was in the 60s. And so she didn't have any framework for what was happening with her clients. But she started researching the information that was coming through them and found that it was verifiable. Now, she had a dilemma, right? She didn't know how to handle this properly, but with an incredibly inquisitive mind, she continued pushing forward. She had to take a break to raise her children and went back to it. And what happened thereafter just really blew her mind, and is still blowing other people's minds when they read her books and listen to her speak. What was happening for her is that she would start with one client, and they would bring through incredible information about Jesus and the Essenes, Hiroshima, many different aspects of history. And where one client left off, in the future, she would get a different client, didn't know the other person, they would pick up. So she was like, wow, what is happening? She gathered all of her notes and compiled these into books. And that's how she really created this method. So quantum healing hypnosis, as I said, is a form of past life regression hypnosis. And what the day looks like is you start off and you tell me your whole life story. And it's probably one of the only times in life where you sit down with somebody and tell them everything that you've ever been through. And it can be, daunting if you've had a storied life, or if you've had an easy life. It could be short, doesn't matter. But once we get through that part, I put you under. And what's amazing about it is that no two experiences are the same. I don't know where you're going to go. You don't know where you're going to go. Your higher self is the one, the multidimensional part of yourself that is in a different realm, is the one that actually curates the experience for you. What I do know is that no matter what your experience, it's always connected to things that you're trying to heal or work on or understand about your current life experience. And the way that it unfolds in the session is beyond anything anybody could craft or contrive. There's always such a beautiful bow at the end of this session. The story that you experience, the life experiences that you've had in previous experiences, it could be of a past life, but actually right now, a lot of people are going to the quantum field, which we call the void. And it's literally just black. And a lot of people need peace in their life. They need to have that reset, their nervous system reset of just being neutral. And a lot of people are experiencing that. A lot of people experience going to the place where there's just light. And what I've learned, in fact, I'll just put a little aside here. I've recently listened to the podcast, The Telepathy Tapes. Has anybody listened to that? Okay, yeah. So that podcast is a little off topic, but it's related. It's about nonverbal autistic people who have telepathy. They speak with themselves, among themselves, and their caregivers with telepathy. And they taught me what my clients experience when they go to the light. So they explain that they go to the same place in their dimension, that they're connected to the other people who are nonverbal. And they go to the light, and it's healing, and it's information, and it's downloading. And that gave me an explanation for what happens to my clients when they go to the place of the light. The light could be different colors. It's not really directly correlated with this color means this, but it's healing you. And I always just didn't know what it meant, but thought it was cool that my clients go there. But so you'll have whatever experience your soul needs you to have. And then my clients also, they create a list of questions or topics, things that they want to touch on, heal, understand about their lives, and give that list to me. While you're under hypnosis, after your past life or whatever experience you're going to have, I will ask to speak to your higher self. And your higher self will give you insight on, why did you see that life? Why did you see that experience? It's always connected to something that you need to work through, heal, or understand a little bit better in this current lifetime. And then I ask you the questions that you brought, and your higher self channels the answer through you. So it is an experience of people who don't know how to channel are channeling. And that is way better. Like, so I'm doing psychic readings here. But when you see a psychic, it's like, I'm telling you something from my own experience, what I'm receiving, I'm telling you that, and that can resonate, and that could, bring up emotions and all that. But when you are the one that you're answering your own question, it hits differently, right? This is coming from within you. You are having these experiences. It's so immersive. So this is a really powerful methodology that we can use, and a modality that we can use for healing, for expanding on your spiritual path. A lot of my clients, they're not really quite understanding what's happening, but they know that they're having these awakening experiences, and they're feeling love from a leaf. And they're like, why do I feel connected to the leaf? Right? I mean, anything can happen. But a lot of my clients are in this space of expansion on their spiritual path. And this just ties everything together. So I'm so grateful that I'm able to do the work. And that I encountered Dolores's work when I was going through a healing process, a physical healing process. I had surgery, and I wasn't healing. I was reading her books. And after 3 months of taking drugs, which did not, I can't do that. It just makes me ill. I was like, I can't take another drug. I can't take another drug for pain. I'm going to try this. And while I left the session very skeptical, because I did not feel like I was under hypnosis, I felt very aware. I asked for proof, and I asked for 2 specific things to happen. I also wanted the pain to go away, which is exactly why I went. And the next morning, so the 2 things were, I spoke to my dogs, both of my dogs' soul when I was under. And I asked one, how can I get you to stop barking? Because you bark too much. And 2, my other dog would not go potty in our backyard. I don't know why. She just wanted to go on a walk instead. And I was like, can you please just go in our backyard? Because I can't take you for a walk every time to go potty. So I didn't tell anybody, but that was I asked God, please do this, and then I'll know it's real. And sure enough, next morning, my dog was barking, and he said, use the command silence. And I'm like, it sounds so official, but okay. So I'm like, silence. And he stopped. Now that would never have happened. There's just a bark switch that turns on, and he just keeps going. And then I was like, come on, Lola, let's go potty. And she went. I was like, what? So even though that was the next morning, I still had the pain. 2 weeks later, the pain was gone. And the problem reoccurred in my body and I had to get further surgery, but that pain never came back. I knew it because I had different symptoms. So it permanently healed that pain. And after that, I was like, okay, I believe. And, long story short, I became a practitioner myself. So today, it won't be that deep of an experience, but I am offering a sale. So today, for people who are in this experience, I'm offering $100 off the session, which is a 20% discount. And it's with a deposit, and then we can set your date while you're here. So if you find that this is an entry to something that you want to explore further, I would encourage you to go for that because it's a good deal. So today what we're going to do is we're going to use our senses and imagination. And one of the things that we're taught is that imagination is for kids, right? Big mistake. We need to use both sides of our brain. Logic is awesome. Facts are great. So is imagination. So is creativity. That's what opens up your intuition. That's what opens up your connection to the divine and the miracle of possibility, and exploring any possibility that you can offer to the world. So it's really important that in this room, it's safe to use your imagination. And when you experience even a light level of hypnosis, like we're going to, go with the very first thing that you encounter. If it's a memory, if it's based in the real world, that's fine. Go with it. Just believe yourself and give yourself permission to indulge in a little fantasy today. That is the doorway and the key to moving through the blockages that our rational and logical brain can offer when we're doing work like this. So if you leave with anything, leave with a little bit of imagination today. This work can be very profound for some. And so sometimes there can be emotional release that happens. That's perfectly okay. And it's okay to let that release. If nothing happens, that's okay too. What we're doing today is we're opening the door to spirit. So tonight, before you go to sleep, if you don't have an experience, ask your guides. Say, give me some answers. Give me an experience in my dreams, and then let me remember it. So we're opening the door to spirit, and it will be open for about 3 days is what Dolores says. But it can extend longer, but take advantage of that, right? So we're opening that door for you today to communicate with the realms beyond, with your higher self. Allow that to happen. This is a process of allowing. Okay. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Okay. My voice will change a little bit. I'm not going to be able to speak and project as loudly. So if you have hard of hearing, if you're hard of hearing at all, if you want to move your chair up here or come closer, just in case my voice dips down a little bit lower, I will do my best to soothe you and not yell at you. Let's see. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? Oh, yes. Who here has driven somewhere, gotten there, and said, how did I get here? I don't remember. You're in hypnosis. Who here has been so focused on a television show that their family is speaking to them and you don't even hear? Also hypnosis. I don't know what you're talking about. Or that moment when you wake up, and right before you wake up, you become aware that you're coming out of the dream state. You're in a state of brainwave that we get to when we go under hypnosis, when you fall asleep and when you wake up in the morning. So everybody here is under hypnosis several times a day. It's extremely easy. And the final thing I'll say about that is that when Dolores was doing this work in the 60s, most of her clients did not remember and had no conscious recollection. They were under a sort of amnesia when they came out of their hypnosis. Nowadays, we're going to conscious life expos and psychic expos, and we're very well versed in energy and vibes, right? That was not part of the conversation in the 60s when she started doing this work. And so that part of their rational brain had to be totally shut off to be able to have these experiences. But nowadays we've evolved as humanity. And so we can often be very aware during these experiences. And that's where the imagination and the trust your gut comes in. go with the very first thing that you think of, even if it's just a little wisp. Just be open and allow. Okay. Also, I passed around my flyer. If you didn't get one, it's up here. I also passed around a clipboard to join my list, and you're welcome to join that as well. I do not spam. I'm actually really bad at sending emails, but I will start a little bit more telling people I'm going to be at these type of things, and if I'm having like a promotion or something like that. Okay, so we're going to go through a couple different exercises first. The first two is to warm up that side of your brain that we use during dream state and to visualize. So let's take a seat. Please turn your phones off or turn them on silent so that it doesn't disrupt other people who are having the experience as well. And after you do that, it's okay to close your eyes and just relax. Take a few deep breaths. I'm going to ask you to see something. Just go with it. And when you see these things, I want you to try to put action into it. Use all of your senses. Not only see the picture, but hear something. Try to hear what's going on. Put sound in it. Put activity in it. Also try to bring in smells if you can. And fill the scene full of details. It's okay if you don't visually see it also. You can imagine the concept of it. So just relax, close your eyes, and let the pictures come. You're standing on the corner of a very busy street in a big city. There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of noise, a lot of things going on. See the scene and fill it full of lots of details, sounds, sights, and smells. You're standing on the corner of a busy street in a big city. Now leave that scene and you're standing on a pier, looking out at the water. It's a fishing pier. Maybe there are boats on the water. Maybe there are people fishing, but you're looking out at the water as you stand on a fishing pier. Now leave that scene and you're standing in a train station. You're on the platform of a train station. There's a train coming down the tracks. You could see it and you could hear it. Try to feel the vibration of the platform as the train comes closer and pulls into the station. You're standing on the platform watching a train come in. Now leave that scene and you're riding on a carousel, a merry-go-round, just like you did when you were a child. You can see the horses. You can see them as they go around and around and around. You can hear the music and feel the motion as the horse you are on goes up and down and around and around. You're reliving being on the carousel again. All right, now when you're ready, you're back in the room and you can open your eyes. Was there anybody able to see anything? Yeah. What about the, let's see, the first one was the big street, the big city. Anybody see any different kind of cars or old cars or new cars? What kind of cars did anybody see?
I have this thing where I have to use words to try to describe it to people, but I have a C and then I have an imagine. So
yeah,
the majority of the time I can imagine it, and it's fuzzy images pulling from creativity or experience.
Yes.
But when I see, it's like HD TV color, and that one is so special. But it doesn't always come from. So this one was more imagining.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's the doorway to get you to the other place where you do see. Okay. Anybody see an old train? Oh, go ahead.
I see an image in black and white, and I don't see the cars, but just the noise.
Ah, yeah. Were there buildings there and things?
Yes.
Were they like old buildings or?
Yeah, it looked like old.
Yeah, very cool. Okay. So when Dolores did this, one of the times, well, actually a couple interesting things about when she was doing this exercise. She had a blind person in the room, and so she was worried that she wasn't being inclusive. But it was interesting because when she was doing this exercise, the blind person was having an experience, and she was like, "How is that even possible?" And she's like, "We've seen in our past lives." So they just carry this information and you don't think about that, right? But she was fascinated. And then when another guy, when she did the carousel, when he was imagining it, his horse fell off the carousel. And he was like, "What? That's weird." Well, it turns out that later on, when we go into the past life, that's how he had died. He fell off a horse. So yeah, so really interesting.
I kept falling into the train. I was like, I don't like this one. I kept falling in, and I was like, go to a different train, Daddy. Go to a different train. Yeah, it was Bart. I was like, oh God. Yeah.
Maybe there's something there we can explore, but yeah.
That was weird. So I thought you'd want to share that.
Yeah. I mean, you just never know what you're gonna encounter, right? Okay, so we're gonna do one more exercise before we do the past life one. Okay. Go ahead and close your eyes again.
I have one quick question.
Oh, yes.
So when you are asking us to, you are standing in the busy street, so what I have interpreted is I go to the experience in my past, whenever I was. So that is the right thing.
Oh, it's
to do,
perfectly,
or it's
yeah.
just that we have to just close our eyes and whatever it comes, just
Whatever comes. Yeah, everything goes. Nothing's off limits here. So yeah, it's perfectly fine. A lot of people pull references from their memories, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to have some transcendent experience for it to mean something. A lot of my clients actually go to their current life in the past. And those are memories that they need to revisit for some reason, for their personal growth or for reconciliation and peace. So yeah, it's really just what comes. Just take the first thing and let it be. Yeah.
So all of mine seem to be future.
Yes, perfectly. I've had those too, twice. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting. How did you know it was the future?
because I could see my grandkids.
Oh.
And I don't have grandkids.
Oh, how beautiful. Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to close our eyes again and take another deep cleansing breath. Okay. This time, see yourself eating a meal. See the ones around you. And maybe the last meal that you ate today, or a meal from a special occasion when you had family there. But see yourself eating a meal and see the people with you. Try to smell the food and even taste the food if you can, but you're eating a meal. Okay, now when you're ready, you can open your eyes again. And we're going to be heading into the past life portion now. But did anybody see, experience eating a meal with their family? Does anybody taste the food? Really? Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's might be a little bit harder, right? To kind of experience having a flavor in your mouth that's not really there. But, our minds are very powerful things. So wonderful. Okay. So the side of the brain that we're activating is the sign where our memories and our emotions are stored. Also the side that happens when we dream, right? So it's all about symbols and connect, like who here, I know when I think of my grandma, if I smell her perfume, I mean, it just takes me right back to her, so it's that part, the senses that are connected to previous emotional experiences or relationships. That's kind of what we're exploring today. So this is the part where it's important that people's phones are off, and because some people can go deep during this, even though it's a light form of hypnosis. And she does here talk about just relax and let it happen. If it doesn't come, that's okay. Like I said, you can ask for the experience in a dream. A lot of people are more comfortable dreaming, right? That's a more comfortable thing for most people because we do it often. Yeah, and this actually might bring in some interesting dreams for you over the next couple nights as well. So this will be a simple light level because I want you to be conscious enough to write it down if you wish. You can pull your phone out and type in your notes, or even if you have a pen, jot a few notes down. You're welcome to share it afterward until our remaining time is up as well. I always love to hear people's experiences during this format. But like I said, just trust whatever comes in, and it's like a dream. It'll start fading away quickly, so you can write it down if you want to remember it. So just close your eyes and relax, and we'll get started. I want you to see the outside of the place where you currently live, your house, apartment, or whatever it is. You see this every day. See the outside of the place where you live. Now go into the place where you live. See the door, how you go in, and go into the place that you live. What is the first room that you come into? What's in that room? Now go into the kitchen. Where's the stove located? The refrigerator. Where do you eat your meals? Now go into the bedroom where you sleep. The bedroom where you sleep. What furniture is in that room? Fill it full of details. What furniture is there? What color are the walls? What pictures are on the wall? Now I want you to find a wall that does not have a door in it. A wall that does not have a door. and make a door in the wall. Make a door appear in the wall that normally does not have a door. Notice the shape, the color, the size, whether it has a casing around it, kind of handle it has, if it has one. Look at all the details of the door, and in a few moments, we're actually going to open the door. Open the door. When you open the door, you see steps going down, down, down in front of you. We're going to begin walking down the steps. With each step that you take down, you become more and more relaxed, more and more connected to the other experiences that you've had as a soul. Continue going down the steps. At the bottom of the steps is a long hallway going away from you. A long hallway. Walk down the hallway. There is enough light that you can see where you're going. Continue walking down the hallway. It's a very long hallway. But in the distance, you can see at the end of the hallway, there's an opening. You can see the light down there. There's an opening at the end of the hallway. Walk toward that opening. Walk down the hallway toward the opening at the end. Now you've reached the opening at the end of the hallway, and you're standing in front of the opening. This is the doorway, the opening to the past. You know when you step through that opening, you will be in another time, another place where there is information to help you in the very best way possible. In a moment, we will step through the opening and find out what's on the other side. You know when you step through the opening, you will be in another time, another place where there is information to help you in the very best way possible. On the count of 3, we're going to step through the opening. 1, 2, 3. Now you have stepped through the opening. Are you inside or outside? Become aware of your surroundings. Look around you. Get familiarized with where you are. Is it day or night? Inside or outside? As you do that, I want you to now become aware of yourself, of your body. What kind of clothes are you wearing? Are you male or female? Or neither? Are you young or old? Do you have a body? And if so, become very familiar and aware of this new body. What color is your skin? What are you wearing on your feet? Do you have any jewelry on? Now go to the place where you live in that new body, the place where you eat and where you sleep. Stand in front of that place. What does it look like from the outside? In a moment, we'll go inside. Stand in front of the place, find the entrance, and go inside this place where you live. What rooms are there? Are there separate rooms or is it all one? Do you cook your food inside or outside? Where is it that you cook your food? Where is it that you eat a meal? What kind of food are you eating? Is there anyone sitting with you around you or eating with you? Is there anyone living with you in this place? If there is, you'll see them with you now and be able to identify their connection with you. See if anyone is sitting with you and identify their connection with you. All right, now leave that scene. I want you to see what it is that you do. How do you spend the majority of your time? Do you have a job, an occupation? What takes up the majority of your time? See yourself doing it now. All right, now leave that scene and move to an important day, a day that you consider to be important. When something is happening, you're moving to an important day. You are there now. What's happening? What do you see? Now leave that scene and move forward again to another important day. Another day when something else is happening that you consider to be important. You've gone forward to another important day. What is happening now, and what do you see? All right, now leave that scene and let's move forward one more time. Another important day, a day that you consider to be important when something else is happening. It's another important day. What do you see now? What's happening? Now leave that scene, and I want you to move forward to the last day of your life in this lifetime we're looking at. The last day of your life, and let's see what happens to you. It won't bother you at all. You can watch it as an observer if you want to. You've gone forward to the last day of your life. You can see what is happening to you on that day. It's the last day of your life in that lifetime. Now, whatever has already happened, and you're on the other side of it. You're out of the body, and you're on the other side of it. It's already happened. From that position, you can look back at the entire lifetime and see it all from a different perspective. Was there anyone in that lifetime that you know now in your present lifetime? If there is, you will make the connection. Every lifetime has a lesson. Every lifetime has a purpose. As you looked at that lifetime, what was the lesson to be learned? What did you learn from that lifetime? Trust anything that comes into your mind. All right, now we're going to turn around and we're going to come back into this room. I'm going to count to 10, and on the count of 10, you will be wide awake and feeling wonderful all over, remembering everything you've seen so you could write it down. It will be in your memory so you could write it down. You're becoming conscious of this room again. You're back here in this room, and as I count to 10, you'll be back in your body and can open your eyes, remembering what you have seen. 1, 2, you're beginning to breathe a little faster. The blood's beginning to circulate a little faster because you're beginning to wake up now. 3, 4, becoming aware of the physical body, very much aware of the physical body. You could move your arms and legs around and get the blood circulating again because you are back here now and you're beginning to wake up now. 5, 6, you're becoming aware of the sounds in the room. You know there are people sitting around and very much aware of your physical surroundings because you're oriented back here in this now, in this time, in this place, and you're waking up now. 7, 8, you're coming up very nicely now, very nicely. 9, 10, wide awake, feeling wonderful all over and remembering everything that you saw so you can write it down. So I'm going to give you a few minutes if you want to write it down, and then we'll have an opportunity to share.
Okay. What are yours? Not coming home. Did you get that? Oh, really? That was your last meal, so that makes sense.
All right, would anybody like to share their experience? Well, who had an experience? Raise your hand.
I can say mine. She was saying the family meal. My family used to go to Boncheros all the time in Hayward, and it closed years ago. And I went right back with my whole entire family, all my cousins, my dad, my grandparents.
That chicken was bomb.
Yeah, I was like, give me the meatballs and the lasagna. When you said taste it, I was like, like I could literally taste it.
Awesome.
So that was cool.
Did you? And so I bet you those are good family memories.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing.
Mine was kind of scary. Because, I mean, I see my grandparents' houses for fighting because they both passed away. So I see myself living there. And it's right now, we're fighting a family member over. Yeah.
I see.
But I vision it.
So you went to the future. Wow. Interesting. Great. Thank you. Did anybody go to this lifetime? Earlier times you went? Yeah.
I was seeing a vision of a Victorian home, and I was in a long skirt with a bustle in the back.
Wow.
You know, carousel, almost like I got painting. And but I didn't really feel any person that I may have known. My mind was just searching for people that I knew now, friends popping in and out, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's okay.
Focus on any particular person.
What happened during that lifetime when you went to the next scene and the next scene?
The death, I just felt my daughter with me.
Oh, the bug likes me. Okay. And did you learn anything from that life? Did you anything?
The occupation of sewing. Victorian time.
Oh. Do you like to sew in this lifetime or anything? Okay. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, this bug really loves me. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else want to share? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I saw myself entering like a castle, an English manor or something, and I'm just walking. I have like a brown knickered suit with shoes with a big gold buckle on it.
Oh, wow.
And so I hear my feet clacking and echoing. And then when I went to the dining hall, it was a long table, and there was a bunch of kids on one side. They all looked to be about the same age, and they were all in some kind of uniform, but they were black.
Okay.
And so I'm standing there, I'm like, what is my relationship with this? Because you said your family, but they're all the same age. And then you said, what's your occupation? And I'm in a classroom and I'm teaching.
Wow.
And so I'm teaching everybody, all sorts of different people, different things. And then you were saying about outside, and I heard like cannons, and then I saw smoke, and then horses and people, like there was some kind of war going on.
Oh, wow.
And then, so I just remember going back inside, and then the last day, I just remember looking up and seeing the ornate ceiling.
Oh.
And that was the last thing I remember.
How cool. You didn't know how you died?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Did they say, like when I said, what did you learn from this lifetime? Did anything come up?
It was, I felt like an activist.
Okay.
That was like
Interesting.
Something that I was not normally done at that time.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you. Well, is there anybody else who wants to share? If not, thank you so much for coming. I hope you had at least a relaxing experience. And remember, as I said, even if you didn't have an experience right now, ask your guides later tonight if you want to, ask a question or ask to have an experience before you go to bed, and be ready when you wake up to write in your dream journal. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us via the live stream. Thank you to everybody who is here with us live at SoulSearch Dublin for this amazing experience of sound healing, sound frequency combined with Reiki. For me, that is just sheer bliss. So without further ado, I would love to introduce to you Shamika Goldsmith. Shamika began teaching yoga in 2016 and facilitating sound bath meditations in 2019. She soon discovered that attending sound baths and listening to recordings of crystal singing bowls gave her moments of relief from decades of anxiety. After 4 years of teaching yoga, Shamika felt called to provide this offering to others to help them calm their busy minds and tired bodies. She believes it's important to have a toolkit of remedies to help soothe when the nervous system is activated, and she fully believes self-healing begins in a calm state. So welcome, Shamika.
Thank you.
Is there anything you would like to say to our family, both live streaming and in person, before we start?
I just wanted to say thank you for being here and just your interest in sound healing, sound wellness. I'm curious, have any of you attended sound baths before? Yeah. Have any of you not attended sound baths before? How's that? Okay.
I think this is
You
my
have not.
first time.
Okay. Well, welcome. I guess I'll just kind of let you know that in our time here, I like to say let go of expectation and just let it be what it's going to be, right? And you could have a whole plethora of experiences. You could feel your body temperature change because your heart rate's slowing down, so you might feel cold. You might warm up. You might get tired. And even though you're sitting up, you might even fall asleep. All of that's welcome. I've had plenty of snoring in a sound bath, and it's just added vibration to work with.
The sounds of
right?
the angels.
Exactly, sounds of the angels. So just let whatever happens happen.
Beautiful. And now we have our beautiful Reiki master here, Erin Sullivan. Erin is a powerful Reiki master and is the owner of Mosaic Mandala, offering Reiki-infused crystals and Reiki and crystal Reiki-infused crystals. She infuses Reiki into her amazing collection of powerful stones, and today she will utilize those stones with us to allow us the blessing of experiencing the power and magic of the divine.
Wow.
So without further ado, Winston and I will get out of the way and allow the magic to begin. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And Erin, we heard from Shamika a little bit. Would you like to tell us a little bit about what's going to happen with the Reiki?
Absolutely, sure. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
I wish I had talked about myself that kindly. Awesome. So for the stream, I'm just going to quickly repeat what we said about the crystals, which is, and actually, I don't think I said this one part. So we're using crystals today in the sound bath because they do help to amplify and increase the energy that we're receiving through the Reiki and from the sound bath, the vibrations that are coming from the bowls. We know this from science, right? We use crystals in all kinds of our technology. So why not start to use them in our actual self-care and healing? We had 3 types of crystals today, our clear quartz, rose quartz, and moonstone. And I'm going to go around after this and just make sure that everybody has at least one crystal to hold. Moonstone is really supportive for the sacral chakra. This is our feminine energy. We all hold feminine and masculine energy within us, right? It is really supportive of bringing in more creativity, joy, and pleasure. And then we have our rose quartz, which is really good for the heart chakra. So all matters of the heart. Clear quartz is going to be kind of the general. So it hits every other spot. It clarifies our energy and amplifies like the other ones. They call it the master healer. I know that we're running a little bit behind today. So usually I kind of go through and do the origin story. But I don't know if we have time for that. What do you think?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay. Well, I will just say that it was a magical beginning for Shamikia and I. It was the beginning of my spiritual reawakening. She was a huge part of that, and I'm so honored that she's here today to do this for us. So I'll let her get started. If you don't have a crystal, let me know, and I'll get you one. And then as far as the Reiki, I'm just gonna probably stand in the back and then in the front and just blast it to the group, and then I will send it individually to each person, so everyone will have a little bit of individual attention from me for Reiki at some point. If you excuse me, I don't know why this happens. I get so like my voice gets all shaky. So if you have a sensation, or if you feel uncomfortable at any point, please just, let us know in some way. Otherwise, like Shamikia was saying, emotions are normal. Any body sensations are normal. But if you're not okay at any point, please let us know. Okay? All right, let's get started and enjoy. Anybody need crystals?
Okay. So before we get started, I'm just going to invite you to keep your eyes opened or closed. This is up to you. You're going to do whatever feels right. But let's start together by just taking a deep inhale breath through the nose and open your mouth on the exhale. Beautiful. Let's do that again. Deep inhale, nose. Open mouth, exhale.
God bless you.
And then do that one more time. Deep inhale. And exhale. Go ahead and let's take a moment and scan our bodies. So starting from the top of the head, slowly make your way down. Allowing your eyelids to soften. Letting your lips, your mouth, your tongue all relax. Maybe feel as if the space between your ears is widening. As you soften through the neck, down your throat, letting that spread into your chest, down your shoulders, through the span of your upper back. Continue to soften through your belly, around to your middle back and your lower back. Relax into your hips and your belly, your thighs and your knees, your calves and your shins, through your ankles down to your toes. With each inhale, you deepen that relaxation. And with each exhale, let it spread through you in all directions. As you come into this state of stillness, allow an intention to surface for you in our time together. This intention can be for you, or it can be for someone else. Let this intention go through you and circle around you, traveling in all directions. Another inhale through the nose. And exhale from the mouth. Start to become aware of the space that you're in. The eyes still closed, just start to become aware of your breath. And allow it to deepen. As you feel your bodies, make small movements with your fingers and your toes. If you set an intention for the session, allow it to surface. And repeat it to yourself once again. And if you feel comfortable, take one hand over the center of your chest and place the other hand on top of it. Take a moment of stillness and feel your heart beating. And feel the rise and fall of your chest as you breathe. And with the breath and the heartbeat, know that you are here, you're alive. And right now, the present moment is what matters. And if you're able to do this, maybe imagine a golden light in the center of your chest. And with each breath, you feel it grow and expand. It moves through your body and surrounds you in all directions. Maybe it presses against these walls or even expands beyond this room. Let this golden light be your protection. And you decide what comes in and what goes out. Maybe you keep it with you for the rest of the day, but know that you have access to it at any time. Together, let's take another deep inhale through the nose and exhale from the mouth. Again, I thank you for being here, for taking this time to take care of yourselves, because remember, self-care, you're the only one who can do it. Have a wonderful evening and rest of your day.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, so if you want to give me feedback, you want to share your experience.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I forgot to mention that I would be sharing any insights or intuitive information that came in during the session. Usually I don't know who it's for, and it could be for many of you. It might be for one of you. There was a few things that came through. The first one, I was doing way less cleaning today than normal. So typically I do a lot of cleaning and it's usually, a lot in the heart space, a lot of, especially when we have a lot of feminines in the room too, there's usually a lot of sacral work going on. I really didn't find that today. So today, yeah, today actually, I did do a different type of cleaning, I would say. This was more of a making room for the good stuff. This felt like so many of us in the room. This actually felt like more of a collective thing, not just like a one or two person thing. We're maybe overwhelmed or full of different types of energies that aren't serving us, that just aren't really nourishing us right now. So I encouraged all of your higher selves to just remember to keep that grounding cord open, keep that exit channel open for all of the energies that, maybe come in for that brief season. We need it for a moment and we don't need it anymore. Kind of just let that go and make room for that good stuff to come in. So hopefully that enabled you to receive all of this wonderful good stuff and Reiki and the vibrations from the crystals and anything else that comes your way in the near future. We're going to wrap it up and we'll go ahead and start packing up. But Shmikia is actually doing an event, and if any of you are interested in any additional feedback, we're going to be at my booth, which is in the vendor room in the back corner with the Reiki crystal sign. But because we need to wrap up, I'll go ahead and move it over to this. So Shmikia, I'll let you talk about it.
So I just wanted to share, I'll be doing a sound bath on Sunday, March 16th. It's at a plant store, actually, which is great. It's called the Plant Sanctuary in Walnut Creek. So I have a sheet. If you're interested, you can put your name and your email address, and I can email you the details about that. There's also a QR code, so if you want to scan the code, it'll take you to the website with the registration and just the information. So I have that. I'll leave it here as I clean up the bowls. That's going to take a moment, but I'll leave it up here. And if anyone's interested, feel free. If not, that's fine too. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again for coming. Take your time moving. We do have a few extra minutes while we clean up to exit the room. I know the next session is more Reiki. So if you're ready for more of that, then hang out. Otherwise, move, be gentle with yourselves, be kind to yourselves, and please keep in touch if you feel called to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the Soul Search Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Are you seeking guidance and healing? Are you ready for personal transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair in Dublin, California this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 1st and 2nd at the Dublin-Pleasanton Holiday Inn. Meet psychics, channels, energy healers, and more. Get readings, bodywork, and healings for your emotional and physical well-being. Shop for crystals and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks and Reiki circles. To register, visit soulsearch.io/Dublin Expo. See you there. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday.